聲喎，呢個都係緊要啦，緊要啦。
幫手。
都係因為點解會咁樣嘅咧？我哋應該可以開始㗎啦。係咪啊？好早啊！大家好早。好準時啊！大家。係，我哋都 tag schedule， 所以阿 Mac 係咪度啊？
阿 Mac 喺出邊啲工作。
哦。
係咪冇聲嘅？係咪冇聲啊？
呢支咪有聲嘅，但係由呢部機播嘅聲就播唔到出嚟。
佢呢度有冇得？但佢其實線上面聽唔聽到咧？即係例如我 live 嗰啲咧，應該聽到我 live 嗰啲，因為佢收到咪。
收到咪係啊，咪係得。
我可唔可以試下？Audio speaker 呢個係咪？
我哋依家就喺度準備我哋本身有個線上同線下同時進行。當你 set 重下，如果大家想知道今日嘅 agenda 會嚟，就可以 scan 我哋兩邊嘅 QR code， 咁你就知道今日有咩節目同埋你哋有咩 workshop 可以參加。
唔好搞啦！
如果你哋依家想跟我哋用電話喺度幫我，咁我哋就
個名好似，我哋冇
其他嘢播聲嘅。
出 Facebook
係啊，唔緊要。咩嘢？live 緊啊！係，再搞咯，係。見到 live。
邊度？邊一段片？我上次你記唔記得邊一條片係用上？
用咗60分鐘啊！
夠60分鐘有人講。
我想播聲。冇齋聲。我都試過啦，都唔係，唔得。
For the makers.
一係就。太舒服。
好啊。 擺喺度。
想幫手啊？
喂，OK 啊，OK 啊
未出口喎。
，OK 啊，OK 啊，OK。好細部嘅呢個 live 緊嘅大家，係啊。
sorry。
咁樣咧？ 做個調查先，大家係點樣做呢個 event 㗎？有冇係 follow 開我哋嘅 Facebook page 啊？我哋 social media 都有嘅，有啲係朋友介紹。咁有冇支持我哋活動㗎？第一次，大部分第一次都有幾個，好。我哋準備緊，因為 我哋嘅即係呢位乘客咧都係來自台灣啦，咁佢就喺門口幫緊手check啲朋友仔入嚟。咁我哋等多幾分鐘咧，我哋可以開始㗎啦。咁介紹下我哋呢個場地啦，呢個場地啊，即係大家可能係咪都第一次嚟呢度啊？Google Office。咁呢度都係即係 face 點解會有聲嘅先？呢度都係非常之方便啦，就腳啦。咁好多謝 Google 今次可以贊助呢個場地啦。咁我哋自己 Women Techmakers 咧就唔係 Google 嘅員工嚟嘅，係啦。首先調一次，我哋全部都係一班義工啦。咁我哋都係即係叫做喺公餘時間咧去搞呢個活動啦。所以咧，如果大家即係今日嘅活動見到有啲咩流多把談咧，因為你都係今朝攞到個場地。今朝好早過嚟 set up 咁樣嘅，咁我哋就稍等一陣間啦，然後大家可以即係 connect 下chat 下咁樣認識下大家啦。咁我哋好快就會開始個活動㗎啦。
还有 camera 啊！先等一下，买手。
你会在 Google Meet share screen 对。
不，这边 share， 可以帮我 share 吗？因为我以前手的是没有 notes， 所以我想说。
可以啊，没问题。应该是这个吧？用这个
麦克风，这个。Hello, hey, okay, good morning everyone.
So it's really
early for a Saturday. Let's wait a little minutes for everyone to come in.好，大家早安。我是 Mac， 我是 the Community Manager of the Google Developer Relations, and I just landed Hong Kong from Taiwan, so I'm curious, like because I can speak Cantonese, so like everyone can understand 普通话 or like I should present my speech in English. I can 说中文的，可以听得懂中文的，可以。Oh, that's great. Yeah, okay. 我就可以都说中文，这样 OK, cool. 就是我今天很开心可以看到大家这么早，然后就来到这 Google Office 跟我们一起庆祝国际女人节，就是 International Women's Day。然后尤其是今天是礼拜六，天气又有一点阴的，感觉很适合在家里睡觉。但是大家今天都来到这边，跟我们一起共襄盛举，我觉得非常非常的感动。 然后在我们的 slide 上面可以看到，就是从2018年开始，我们整个 community 跟我们的 team 都是在 celebrate International Women's Day， 全球的在全球，然后特别是在台湾跟香港，所以其实今年呢是我们第6年，也是第6次在举办这个国际女人节的活动。那为什么我们要举办国际女人节这个相关的活动呢？其实我们是要一直提倡一个叫做 DEI 的文化。所以我想问一下，有没有人知道什么是 DEI？What means for the DEI？ 有人知道这3个字在个别？sorry， 看错了。哦，有人知道 DEI？ 对，不要偷看那个答案。Stands for what's 3 words？ 有人知道吗？知道可以举手回答一下。OK， cool。感觉没什么太多啊，有人举手来。Yeah。Whoa, okay, yes, that's correct. It's diversity, equality, inclusion. Okay, so here comes the why. 为什么我们要去提倡这个 DEI 的文化呢？其实呢，大家可以看到这个图，就是在这个 tech industry 里面，男生跟女生的比例是8:2。那而且 only 5 of the leadership position is held by the women。所以在 tech industry 里面呢，就 leadership position 只有5% 是女生。所以大家看到会觉得，这看起来好像还好，就是感觉8:2没有特别少。但其实就是在里面10个人里面有8位是男生，只有2位是女生。大家可能会觉得说，那我们女生在这个科技产业里面是少数，是不是代表着我们就没有影响力，或者是说我们是不是就没有足够的 power？ 但是这边我也想跟大家去 share 一个 concept， 不知道大家知不知道，叫做 parental principle， 就是同时也是所谓的8:2法则。那中文我们也称之为叫做关键少数法则。什么是关键少数法则？它其实就是说，在这个社会上面，最重要的决定跟最重要的资源，其实都 focus 在这20% 的人身上。所以刚刚我们看到的图 is like this one， 就是很平均的10个人里面，只有2个绿点点是女生。但其实 we should be like this， 我们其实是可以像这样子的，就是在10个人里面，虽然说我们2个是女生，只有我们是少数，但我觉得我们身为在 Women Impact， 我们是不应该去低估我们自己的影响力的。我们其实是可以有很多不一样的作为，我们是可以去共同发展这个影响力的。So that's why it's our mission and our vision， 就是我们 Google Developers Community 跟我们今天这个活动的主办人 Women Impact， 其实我们的 mission 就是我们要 connect 在 Women Impact， 我们想要把科技的女性都聚集在一起，我们连接在一起，然后我们 support 他们，我们一起共同的成长。那我们的 vision 呢，就是我们希望我们可以一起让所有的人都 activate in the community， 并且在这个科技产业里面去创造一个安全，然后更加平等、更加 DEI 的环境。就是为什么我们连续6年，甚至在更久，我们都一直不断的在提倡这样的活动。但我也希望今天大家在场，然后共襄盛举，透过我们上午的活动跟下午的 section， 大家也可以一起 dare to be， 一起去理解、去感受我们的Women Impact、Women Support Women 的这个精神。那我们接下来就请Amanda 来跟我们介绍一下，就是 Women Techmakers 在这个社群里面做了一些事情。
廣東話 OK 嗎？Cantonese anyone？ 咩啊？我條疤 OK， 死我咩事？Anyone English speakers here? Okay, good. Okay. So Women Techmakers, we are actually a group of women who are in the tech industry, and we were established by Google back in 2014. We are a group of volunteers in Hong Kong, organizing events, try to promote the visibility, and also they try to share knowledge and learn from each other, especially on the tech world where male is more dominant, and sometimes women are very some women are very introvert and they just try to stay quiet most of the time and not to voice out what they actually need. So we want to actually advocate the behavior or the mindset of making sure that we are bold enough to challenge our life, and whether we can make sure that the people around us are actually aware of what we are doing, and also promote some like technical knowledge for to flourish our work, and also making sure that we are be seen in the industry with a good stake. So we have actually got a program where we have ambassadors and organizers. You can learn more from this website, developers.google.com/women techmakers. And in Hong Kong, we actually did quite a few. Hold on a second. We actually did quite a few events. Back in last year when there was the pandemic, we actually didn't have physical events. We actually did a lot of events online. And last year's International Women's Day, we had an online event where we invited speakers from Taiwan and also from Singapore to share. And we were also very actively involved in DevFest. I can see that from our DevFest participants, we had over 100 participants there. Only around 30% were female. So it's slightly higher percentage than the entire industry, where women like 20% of 20% of the industry are actually women. So, but we still want to grow the percentage of women participating in this industry. So this year's theme, we have a global theme for the Women Techmakers program all over the world, which is Dare to Be. So what does it mean by Dare to Be? Is that we bravely set out what we can accomplish our goals. We can we do not dictate. We do not let others to dictate who we are, or what we can do, what we cannot do, and especially we should also stand up for what we believe and encourage people and recognize people who contribute, whichever gender you are. And for us, if you would like to join our community, you definitely have a lot of opportunities to develop your industry skills. Google has a lot of resources, online and offline, to help us to grow our technical knowledge. In our offline events, obviously, you can connect with each other and make friends with each other, support each other. This is the purpose of the community here. Obviously, there are a lot of information online, but if you just read alone, you can't actually learn a lot by yourself, right? So it's important that we can actually learn from each other, or actually listen to what other has to share. Especially like the event today, we have a lot of speakers who can share their career experiences. How do they start their career? How do they grow their career and then become a leader? And there are a lot of different facets of life that you can actually experience. And obviously, Google has a lot of resources as well. So ultimately, we want to increase visibility for women to be a role, to become a role model for others. Like especially if you join Women Techmakers, you have a lot of resources that you can grow yourself to learn how to present, to learn how to lead the team, or there are also some hard and soft skills. and all over the place. So you can definitely find a lot of opportunities for yourself to grow. And obviously, we have a lot of speakers today. We are very honored today to have our first speaker, Lancy, to share her experience of how do we make that leap, right, to start the tech career. And welcome, Lancy. Hi, lady. Miss. Time the screen. 嚟多次啊！Hello。
淨係 share 個 chat，淨係 share 個 chat， 或者我
Hello。
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good morning. We've overcome all the technical difficulties, so we can all do it, right? As women. Okay. So good morning. Try to figure out how to put this. So I think we'll go.
Hiya.
Are you sure that it's going?
呢個嚟，而家睇緊呢個。
Okay. Hi.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So the true good morning, everybody. So I'm Nancy, and I lead the consumer marketing for Google Hong Kong, as well as Greater China and YouTube creators as well. So my topic for today is how you would take that leap. Okay, so for those of you who might have read the information in the agenda, you might have already known that I have done many different career switches. So I have been a programmer, I've been a consultant, I've been an investment banker, also started my own business, and I'm currently a marketer. So one thing is I'm very old, so hopefully I would love to share my experiences with you today of how I actually make all these moves through all these different career choices. So before I start, I would like to share with you one of my favorite movies. Okay, so I want to see a show of hands. Who has watched Inside Out? Great. Okay, so I think you will really enjoy this. So for those of you who might not have known what is Inside Out, it's about the story of a Midwestern girl whose world was turned upside down because her parents decided to move from Midwest to San Francisco. And everybody would know that in Inside Out, it's focused on what's going on inside her. So this is her inner control room. Everything external, it's a result of what's happening internally. So there is joy, there's anger, there's disgust, there's fear, there's sadness. Hopefully that brings in all these good memories of this amazing movie. So for myself today, I would like to share with you my inner control room that has essentially how I navigated my career. So you're going to meet a lot of my friends today from my inner self. So
let me ask you the first question because I do want to make this more interactive. So, what is my best subject when I studied in Hong Kong? So I studied in Hong Kong all the way till the end of high school. Okay, so can I get a raise of hands? What do you think? Like, is it Chinese? My Chinese, 中文其實好好嘅，係 prove 下先，冇人講 Chinese，中文喎，中文真係好。Okay, all right, English.
Yes.
Yes, okay, all right. Math. Okay, more hands. Okay, computer. More hands. All right, okay. So I'm gonna give you the answer. 我中文真係唔好。Okay, so yeah, so in the interest for inclusion and everything, I would do English today, but it's actually my Chinese, and my worst subjects are actually science and math. So for those people who wants to get into a career in technology, there's always hope because I actually failed in math when I was in Form 3. Okay, so, and then I go from failing, and I was back in the old days before DSC, so I was like back in the days when it was like way out, right? So I went from failing to go to study additional mathematics. So for those who know, it's like it's the more intense one. So I would tell you how that happens. So going back to my nature is actually Chinese. So why is that, right? So my nature is that I really like composing stories. And naturally, what I'm really passionate about, which I'm happy to discuss with every one of you, is that when you compose like Chinese composition, it's always about the meaning of life. And I love to explore the meaning of life, right? So I would love to introduce my first inner voice. So I call him Lao Zi, okay? So since I was 6, I started asking myself, what is the meaning of life? So I suppose the Chinese teachers, they really love that, right? And therefore I got good marks in Chinese composition. And there's also one belief is about the meaning of life that I have when I was 6 till now still remains, is that I want to change the world. Okay, it sounds very grand. It sounds very much, as I'm a Korean, it doesn't sound very practical. It still stands. I want to change the world. Okay. All right. So this is my meaning of life. Okay. So I thought, what is the best way to change the world? And at that point in time, I thought the best way to change the world is through technology. So I was not great in math or science or anything related to computer. I bought a computer when I was in university, and I don't even know how to put the wires together. So I need to ask someone to put everything together for me. I did not know, for instance, on the computer, what is a notepad to write programs. I have no idea. So you can see how raw I was at that time. But I decided in university, I would pursue electrical and computer engineering. And the reason being, if I have to pay for school, right, I might as well learn something I completely don't know, right? So that's the ROI, which is the highest. So therefore, I decided that I would do engineering. And so I have to admit, I was very bad at it, right? At the very beginning, I have no idea. When everyone took computer programming in high school, I was the one who's failing, and I just managed to get into the program. So it doesn't matter, because at the end, I got it, right? Like, whether it's just managed or whether you go in with flying colors, it doesn't matter. I got it. So, but I admit I was very bad at it. But after 4 years, I was getting better. Okay. So I started developing this inner voice in myself, other than right? That is actually not about talent. It's about grit. So if you just keep doing what you want to do, doesn't mean that you need to be naturally good at it. You will succeed. And that has proven time and time again in my life that is the case. So I'd like to introduce another inner voice of mine. So the name is called Wally. So because if you remember, Wally is actually a robot sweeping waste on a planet, but is someone who he believes that one day he would be able to rescue the world. So every now and then, though, I must say that I have another inner voice So for those people who knows about this book called Matilda, that is Miss Trunchbull. So Miss Trunchbull is someone who always shows up no matter what you do at home, no matter how talented you are or not talented, they just put you down. So I have an inner voice that constantly tell myself, it's like, stop faking it, you cannot do it. So it's always there, it's still there. Okay, so here it goes. Time for another question. Okay, based on all my aspirations, what is the jobs that I applied to when I graduated from university, but I did not, I did not apply. Oh, sorry. What is the job that I applied for but did not get? Okay, so I start with software engineer.
Investment bankers.
Okay, consultant. Okay, investment banker. Okay, e-commerce programmer. Okay, it's quite even. Okay, but I hear some voices there. So the correct answer is investment banker. So despite all this like programming, coding, like computer engineering, I decided to try out investment banker just because all my friends from Hong Kong, they were applying to that job. So why not, right? So it's a tricky question there. So I did apply to be an e-commerce programmer. And the question is like, why at the end of the day, I did apply for investment banker other than my friends decided that they would apply too, right? Is because I have another okay. Oops. So it's called monopoly. So I think for everybody inside us, there is always this desire for financial security or like getting rich, right? And I don't want to deny that that's always something that I worry about as well. And it's very practical. So as a result, I did apply for investment banking. And actually, of all that, right, consultant would be a pretty good choice as well, because it's a good balance between, okay, I want to change the world, doing all these things, but at the same time, I make some good money. But I have another inner character, which is called a snooze procrastinator. So as you know, for consulting, if you were to apply for consulting jobs right after graduation, you actually need to write a lot of essays. So for me, if I keep procrastinating, it never get done. So I missed the deadline, so that did not happen. Okay, so what happened is I was an electrical and computer engineering graduate, so I was lucky enough I got one job offer. Okay, I barely make it as well. I got one job offer. I was admitted to IBM, and I was an e-commerce programmer at that time, back in the .com times. And it was really great because when I started with IBM, at that time, the slogan, and I actually have the hat, the slogan was to change the world. So how much of a coincidence is that, right? It's lovely. So to me, it was really great fun. I was creating solutions through programming. And my inner leader, Wally, was telling me that it's like, even though I cannot program compared to the other people as good as well, right? But at the end, I was able to do it. And also another failure that I'm willing to admit here is that at that time, there's something called the Java certification, and everybody wants to get it. And the company was like, if you get it in one go, like you get reimbursed. so then the passing grade was 80, and I did it like 3 times. So I didn't tell like all my colleagues that I actually did like 2 times into the 3rd time when I actually applied for reimbursement. So, like keep doing it. And at the end, it's all about whether you make it or not, right? The final result. So after being a programmer for 2 years, I really wanted to be a consultant because that's still in me, right? I wanted to do things more on the business side in addition to the technical side as well. So because I completely missed the boat, and what I did in practice then was that at that time, because it was the .com boom, so I leveraged what I know from a technical standpoint, and they really needed people who understand technology to get into consulting. So I applied to Deloitte, where I was a technology strategist. But once I got in, after proving myself in a few projects, then I go and talk with the different partners, and I was able to actually get into other strategy or management consulting projects. So this is like how my shift by leveraging something that I have and get into something new, which is strategy and management consulting. So it was really fun. I was like traveling around in the US and different countries doing my consulting job. Until there's a time when I realized that I should come back to Hong Kong because my parents are in Hong Kong, and I feel that I want to be a good daughter and keep it back and stop just playing all around. And so then it happens that I look into the job market in Hong Kong. There wasn't enough tech jobs, and there weren't any type of tech consultant jobs either. So guess what? Who's talking right now? So of course, monopolies will be talking. It's like, you're coming back to Hong Kong. Of course, you should go into banking. And then so I was like, okay, so maybe that's what I should do. And how do I actually do this? And I decided that it's really like the only way back then. And for all of you guys, if you want to switch careers, this is still an option. Even though I can mention these days you have other options as well. The options back then that I took is that you just go for an MBA. This is how you can always switch to something else. So I went and do my MBA, and I was like lucky enough as well. So I got a so yeah, Wally was saying is like, just keep doing it. You'll be able to get into like investment banking. So I got into investment banking. So I was with Morgan Stanley. So Monopoly is very happy, right, at this point in time. So the problem though is that after working there for only a year, my other invoice just came nagging me every single day. It's like, are you living the values of your life? Are you changed in the world? And that's when I decided, after being there for 1 year, that I'm going to start my own business so that I can be in full control and find what I mean for the meaning of life. So therefore, I founded 2 companies. So one is a user-generated fashion magazine. So it has an engine that matches like similar items for the clothing. And then the other one is called Cheap Post, where it allows like also user-generated content where people can share about like quality lifestyles. Both of them actually built on this foundation and the mission actually to give everyone the opportunity to share their passion and actually get revenue share from the platform. Sounds very similar to YouTube, right? Okay, so I think this is why like I'm in my current job today, which is great. But for those who runs a startup, you know that it's actually a very challenging job. And I can share more about like startup experiences at a different time if you're interested. But I remember one day, while I was doing all this startup, there's a lot of different drama going on. I saw a posting on Facebook actually from a friend, and they were looking for a marketer at Google. So I got very excited, right? Because it's like, oh, Google is like technology. You can change the world. You can make a difference. And then, so Ms. Trunchbull was like, you have no marketing background. Like, look at you. Yeah, like a consultant, like you've been a banker. Like, why do you think you can actually be a marketer all of a sudden in your mid-career? And then I remember I was talking to a friend, and she was like, it's not really about whether you think you can do it. It's about whether the employer thinks that they're going to hire you. So why don't you give it a shot anyway? They can, the worst thing is that they can just say no, right? And so Wally came on, and then he's like, hey, you can go and study all these different like marketing frameworks and what they ask about the case questions and all the kind of stuff. And think about like how you package all your experiences like from your startup and mold it into as if like your whole life is coming just for this particular opportunity. so I tried that, and yeah, so of course Ms. Trunch was always there, and what I do is I try to calm down the voice, and I work mostly with my positive voice, so which is Wally. So I keep going, and so very much to my surprise, when I applied for the job and I talked to the hiring manager, they were like, we're looking for someone who has like problem solving skills, someone with analytical skills, because we are looking for a B2B marketer. Strategic thinking is also very important. So of course I was like, oh yeah, I was in consulting, I have all this strategic thinking. So somehow I got hired into Google. So I was very happy about that part. I think it's mainly because it is really like how you think about what is the job that is required with the skill sets that are required. But at the same time, how you get there, right? So try to show the employer that you have that passion for it and how you have gathered the skills necessary and package the rest of your background into something that sell yourself. So I think that is something that is actually very important. So for the past 8 years, I have grown a lot at Google, which I'm really, really thankful for. And during COVID, like 2 years ago, I came across this concept called life coaching at Google. So on the side, and I'm also like at Google, there's something called G2G, so Googler to Googler. So I do like internal coaching with like beyond my work with different Googlers as well. So of course, like talking about making the leap, there's always a hard skill. But what I find is that when you do make the leap, the biggest barrier is actually your internal voices. And it's very important to recognize your internal voices. And this is for those who might have heard about life coaching, I can just like decipher a little bit since I have been practicing this for like about 2 years now. It's actually about like really understanding yourself, like what's your inner leader and what are the different voices and how you should manage those voices for yourself. Okay, so I'm going to just like make it very like simplified version. So in everyone's inner self, there is some of them we call it saboteurs. So like a some more. So it's always there. So what happens is that these saboteurs, like it grew. So they are there for a reason. They are there because some point back in time, they are there to protect you from certain things, of your own insecurities, but they're there for a certain purpose. But then moving forward, for a different situation, it doesn't mean that that saboteur still serves the purpose that you're trying to go forward. And so what happens, there's also something called the concept of allies. So everyone is like creative and everyone is resourceful. You know what you want in life, right? And the allies is your creative self. And everyone is creative. Even though you don't think you're creative, like you are creative. And I can tell you why, because I'm such a technical, but like also poem person, but I'm like studying jazz piano right now for improvisation. And then if I can do it, everybody can do it. Everyone is creative. So it's just a matter of how then you use your own creative self and your allies so that you can achieve what you wanted to do. At times, for instance, right, like in my examples earlier, whenever your saboteurs, maybe it could be the Trumbull, it could be like Monopoly or your procrastinator, like saying certain things to you, you need to find that counter voice to tell you what is like the most important. Make sure your ally is louder than your saboteurs. To me, it's about understanding your inner voices. And so to conclude, in order to take the leap, you need to understand and work with your allies and saboteurs. So on this left-hand side, I would like to share some actual like practical resources. So one is on life coaching. So there are a lot of life coaches out there. And I would recommend you, if you ever want to get a life coach, look for someone who has the training and who are actually certified. So there's like this thing called the International Coach Foundation Federation, ICF. So make sure like you are working with someone who has the credentials, because there are people there who don't technically know they are. And then there's another book that I actually really like, and especially this is true for people in more like the mid to later part of the career, but it also benefits for people like early on as well. It's What Got You Here Doesn't Take You There. So I think this is very important to know, is that we always like the TLDR, like, too long, don't read kind of thing for this book, is that we always live upon to believe that we are successful today because of our past traits. But then a lot of times we realize that these past traits actually inhibits us to become who we want to be going forward. So I think like this part is very important to understand what those qualities are. Okay, so going to the next about the core skills. So of course, it's not just about your inner self. There's always something that is about your hard skills, right? So in terms of hard skills, this whole concept, it doesn't only apply to your career. Like it could apply to your personal life as well. Because I know, like let's say, I really want to lose weight, or I really wanted to like recently what I started doing. I really want to do a handstand, and then but there are resources. Like you just need to Google search, right? Google search, and then you can find like where are like the gyms, like where are the places where they offer these opportunities, and these hard skills, I can just revert back to, of course, I'm from Google, I'm going to do more promotions. There's, and they're all free. So this is the Google Career Certificates. So I can talk about it more. And then also there's kind of remarkable as well. Okay, so what are these, right? So Google Career Certificates, essentially, it is an online training program. It's designed by Googlers. And these certificates, they provide all the learners with like job-ready digital skills within 6 months. I must say, it is actually intense. Like the content there is something that is quite substantial, and you need to carve time to actually study. But it does cover a whole wide range of different areas if you want to get into tech. So let's say like there's IT support, there's data analytics, which I think is very useful, project management, user experience design, digital marketing, and also like e-commerce as well. And one more extra thing is that last year we give out scholarships through the HKFYG, the Hong Kong, the Federation of Youth in Hong Kong. So it's actually because it's on Coursera. So these scholarships allow like women as well as a lot of the underrepresented groups in Hong Kong to get a scholarship for like a full year of free subscription on Coursera to get this Google Career Certificate. So I would encourage you. You can go and sign up, or you can look into like upcoming, like there are announcements or things from the HKFYG for these as well. Okay, so another thing that I would highly recommend is also free. Is a movement actually that is started from Google. It's called the I'm Remarkable program. So what this actually is a global initiative, and we see that even though a lot of you would think that people in Google, like we are so self-confident, but it's not true. So what happened in this I'm Remarkable program, it was an internal Googler-led training program, but it was so well received that we externalized it. So right now, all the course materials, they are free and everyone can post it. So what happens is if you go and participate in one of these sessions, it's a free session. And afterwards, if you actually enjoy it, everyone here, you can actually be trained as a facilitator, and you can hold your own sessions within your groups as well. So the idea here is that we really want to spread this to like more people, so people can recognize that they are remarkable. So essentially what it is, right? I'm Remarkable workshop, it's focused on especially women and underrepresented groups, the importance of self-promotion. And one of the things that I really like about I'm Remarkable, and it's really like, every time when I facilitate it, it's a very emotional thing, like for everyone. Because especially I think in the Asian society, for women, it's very much being criticized. Whenever you say certain things that it's like, oh, I've accomplished something, and people would think that you're bragging. And they said it's like, oh, like she's being very dominant, like we're being associated with so much negativity from it. But for this workshop, the key thing is that if it is the facts, it's not bragging. So I'm just telling you facts. So as a result, I highly recommend this workshop. Even if you understand just like, this concept, right? It is a very good experience. And it's about like 90 minutes, and every of these workshops is small scale, so it's like one facilitator for around like 10 people. So with that said, I am a coach, and I'm also like I'm remarkable facilitator. So I would love to offer, and everything this is I just do pro bono for free because I do want it to get more women, especially, to be able to recognize their strengths, and also be able to like self-promote and be very successful in your career, whether it's tech or not. So you can sign up, and the space is limited. Then I'll reach out to you if we can schedule a session. Okay, so I hope that all these sharing is very helpful for you today, and I hope everyone can make the leap. Thank you.
Can I ask some questions?
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm Stella. I really appreciate your generous story today because it echoed with me with some of my experiences as well. And interestingly, you brought up Inside Out, which is one of my favorite movies as well because I'm a huge fan of Pixar Studio. So I'm a product manager at sustainability/crypto company, which concentrates on using blockchain technology to address climate change issues. Along the way, I feel like it's really helpful, meaningful, and also rewarding. But at the same time, I still find it's really hard to convince people to be aware of that they actually should be responsible for their own contribution, or at least make some contributions to help with the climate change issues. So it actually frustrates me a lot sometimes and makes me really upset. And I wonder, do you have any like emotional moments, strong emotional moments that you feel like something that are not under control, but at the same time you really want to achieve it because it's actually for public good use?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I think that like inside the control room, that is like very small subset of my allies and saboteurs. And I think like for everyone's control room, you have your own, right? And yes, I think that every time when we're very passionate about pursuing something, there's always bound to be oppositions. And then there's a lot of like naysayers in the world, right? And I think therefore, it's similar to the control room. So imagine like a control room is what's inside you. And if you think about this world, every single person, they act as allies or saboteurs in this big universe. We believe this big universe is one big control room for maybe like the Earth, right? So I think what I would I would recommend, and at the same time, like everyone everyone have their own answers. That's part of like which I think that there's always like one answer to the question. Is how do we really understand like what is our like drive? So if your driver, it's where your values are, and you're honoring your value, and what I'm hearing, you're honoring your value about you really want to do good to this world. Sustainability is very important. Then move to that direction, and you can calm down like all the people who are actually saying no right now. They are just like kind of the saboteur voices, right? So and then once you engage more and focus more on the positive energy, you would invite more positive energy. And there's always bound to be the negative anyway. So it will never go away. But I think what you do is like if you believe it, just continue to pursue that vision. Yeah.
Nancy, is actually the main thing that one can see is that you always have your own narratives. Irrespective to the environment, you have your own personal narrative of the realities and what you should do. And often men don't like it. How did you deal with the men of your life?
Sorry?
How did you deal with the men of your life? From managers, from father, from everyone, there's too much independency probably for your society, right?
So how do I deal with like the male counterparts?
Yeah, because I mean, the male don't like our independence. That's the
Yeah.
reason.
Right.
I mean, that we should be honest with our father, even our brother. They like an obedient, and we are not. Right? You are not. In no way, you were just telling the story when you had her own story, her own will, and her own plans. So obviously you had a lot of opposition to the story of others, right?
Yes. Yes. So I think we all have these opposition stories for sure. But I must say though, we shouldn't be so stereotypically say it's all men, right? There are like men who are supportive, and I think that most of you you would have encountered people who are not like that as well, right? And I think it's the same as all these different underrepresented groups. Like if you think about LGBTQ, if you think about women, and if you think about other maybe people who are have disabilities. So these underrepresented groups, there's always going to be people who apply the stereotypes to you, right? Like for LGBT or if you have disabilities, they always assume, oh, these are the qualities that you won't have. And I think this is where it's a internal muscle, I think, that we have to strengthen, which is part of that no control room. I think that narrative, it didn't come to me from day one. Yeah. So and it is something that as I go through life, I realize that I think that many of you have heard about this. It might sound cliche, but I think it's true. Is that you can look at the same situation in both ways. So let's say if some man tells me it's like, you're so dominating. Like, why are you you're just like smart and you're just like you think you know everything. And then one, I can react to very angry, right? Very sad, very angry at the same time. Or I could also be curious. My choice could also be and I think staying curious is very important. I would ask them, so why do you think so? Like, what makes you two think so? And ask them more about the what questions. I think that everyone after I think one-on-one, after you talk to them, everyone, even if we talk into unremarkable, right? Even the men, a lot of men have self-promotion issues as well. So I think that internal narrative is a matter of how we constantly, we need to be very conscious about how we make that choice. Because I can be looking at the same thing, like I said today, the sky is kind of gray. I can say, oh wow, it's kind of gloomy today. Or I can also say it's oh, maybe it's kind of raining, and it's gonna wash away all the dirt in the air. So it's always a matter of, I think, going back to this is the world that we live in, and what are the things that how we actually have the power also to make the choice today of how I feel. But and then another thing is what is the choice that I'm going to make to actually change it. Yeah. So I think it's important that we women as a group, we also help them understand that strong women doesn't mean that we're just standing here being strong, right? It's still we could be vulnerable and strong at the same time, same as men. They appear strong, but they could be vulnerable too. So I think this takes time, but to your point, I think it's not easy. But it's something that we should have that inner muscle and have that control room to focus on the positives. That. Sorry, I think it's a very long-winded answer. Yeah.
So for conscious time, I think we need to move on the next section. But thank you so much, Nancy, for your first introduction and insights. Here is some little tips for you.
Here. Okay, but here, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So next session we have Sharu. Let me bring her in. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Sharon. Can you try to voice out a bit?
Can you hear me? Hi, Amanda, can you hear me?
Yay.
Okay, great.
Great. Okay, so I think we can start.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me let me toggle the slides and see how we can do this. Are you sharing your screen on Google Meet? Please share it on Google Meet too. Yay. Okay, yeah, we can go ahead. Thank you so much for joining, Cheryl. We have a great audience here, and we like to really learn more about how you develop your career and develop the confidence and courage. I pass the time to you.
many of the times it doesn't happen. It will never happen. As you proceed and you grow in your career, you have to start owning what your accomplishment strengths are, and you have to start knowing how to talk about them. And you have to fight the fear of bragging. If today I'm leaving this conversation and saying, hey, I feel I'm a deal maker, I can feel very shy about it, saying, hey, should I put this forward? But I need to practice it more and more, because if I don't feel confident about saying this, then nobody else. And this is potentially something I would say I would learn in the last 7-8 years, because when I joined Google 15 years ago, it was a small company. Everyone knew everyone. People knew what you were good at. And my first, I would say, lesson was when I became a manager. I realized that if people weren't talking about their own strengths and accomplishments to me, my mind space about those people was limited to what I thought they were doing. And I didn't know about all their accomplishments. So people also need to know what your skills, strengths, and specialty is. And while you do it, don't be shy. Don't feel restricted by your own demons, your own voices. You have to navigate the fear of bragging, because it's not bragging. If it's based on facts, whatever your strengths are, with it makes you who you are. So be very, very open about talking about your accomplishments. And from capabilities, the last thing I would talk about is courage. Courage is a very, very big word, I feel. When we all think about courage, different things mean different. The courage will again means different things to different people. When I think of courage, I think of a lot of things that happen in your personal journey and your career journey that makes you feel courageous every now and then. When we look at courage generally, with a lot of we want to like look for courage around us. We look at women, right? We want to look for inspirational women. We want to hear stories of a lot of great women who have, fought through hardships and fought through different challenges to get where they are. For us, that is what courage is. You're climbing Everest, maybe you're courageous, or uh, you are fighting for environment, or you're fighting for human rights. That's courageous, which is completely true, right? That is the courage. But what I want all of you to think with me, and this is maybe a big lesson that I learned, that courage is a foundation, again, to get to confidence. But courage is not just this big, daring word that that we need to be afraid of. What happens is when you feel challenged by courage, when someone tells you, hey, as a woman, you have to be very courageous, you have to take a lot of difficult decisions, and I challenge you to do that, it almost feels like a push. It feels like I'm pushing you to be courageous. But when you flip the switch, when it comes out of curiosity, you want to be courageous because you're curious to be better. You're curious to learn more. You're curious to share perspectives. When courage comes from curiosity, it starts adding into elements of confidence. And what I want to also maybe dismiss is then courage will not be about just big things. Every time you are showing up for an opportunity and a conversation like this, you are being courageous. Every time you are leaving a country and working somewhere else, doing a different job, that's courageous. If every time that you are leaving your child at home, if you are a new parent, or every time you are sacrificing some element of your personal life, that's also courageous. So what I call this is microdose of courage. Every now and then, whenever you hear that voice in your head saying you shouldn't do it, or what would people say, what would people think, how would they perceive it, try to nip that voice in your mind and try to say, okay, what is the worst that will happen if you do take that, step of courage, right? What is the outcome that you're expecting, and what is the worst that could happen? And every time that you will come into a situation from a place of curiosity, you will start feeling much better about it. So for example, a lot of times, if you are applying for an opportunity and someone denies you, Someone said that, hey, or someone said I don't think you are capable, or you have all the skills to apply for this role. If you feel that, oh, I need to like come from courage, I need to fight this battle, yes, you can do that, but it would be very, very challenging. What might be better if you say, hey, why don't I need the skills? What is the reason that, or what are the skill set that I can get along the way if tomorrow I need to apply for this job that I will get? How do you let the curiosity lead the way all along, so that slowly with these micro doses of courage, you start building into your own confidence, and this becomes a foundational block. And this is the thing along your journey, right? When I started my career journey, from not knowing what my personal goal is to creating your own personal brand, which takes a lot of hard work, and sometimes which can also feel like, hey, should I do this, why should I do it, to come all the way to courage and confidence. It's a journey that we are forever continuously on. But making sure that you are focusing on what makes you unique, and you're focusing on finding your own moments of courage is going to be really, really helpful. And for me, this has manifested in many, many ways. One of the thing that I very, very clearly remember is I would say a couple of years ago, I was on the sales side of the business. We used to have a lot of client meetings. And I remember a meeting where it was with an automobile company. So very, very, very focused on a lot of male members. And I went to that meeting, and there was about 30 to 35 people in the team, and all of them were men. I was the only female person in that meeting room, and it felt really, really scary. I felt very nervous because I didn't see diversity. I didn't see any of my kind, and I wasn't sure what value am I adding. And I very vividly remember that I had this really amazing manager of mine who was a male colleague, and he told me, and obviously he saw that maybe I was nervous. I was supposed to do this presentation, and he said that I can feel you're nervous. If I can feel you are nervous, and I can almost feel your energy. I can feel that you're not feeling that you belong here and you have the confidence. But I have seen your work. I know why you are here. I know what is the value you bring. And it's your choice. It's your choice to show that to rest of the world, or you can choose to be scared and I will do the presentation. But it's your choice at that moment to tell people and show, and for the first know that you bring value to them. And it was potentially the confidence I needed at that time. I want someone to tell me that yes, I belong in the room and I'm here. Like I'm here just not because of my gender or anything. I'm here because I'm presenting something which I know better than potentially other people in the room. And there's nothing bad or good about it. I'm just doing my job. For the first time, then when I started speaking, I became more confident about what I was presenting. Slowly, I started realizing that all of the restrictions were in my head. Yes, you could be stereotyped in an opportunity like that, but the biggest stereotyping that I was doing was to myself. And every time now that I feel in a meeting room that my perspective is slightly different from others, or I don't completely agree, or I am the only one who has a different opinion, or I don't meet eligibility criteria for a certain role to apply for, I remember that day when I felt so nervous, and I say that it's my choice. It's my choice to choose. Am I going to be courageous? Am I going to trust my capabilities? Am I going to be confident? And it's a forever journey that I'm working on, but it's important that you choose the best story for yourself. Going back to what I started with, that you don't let anyone else write your story. And you will have many, many situations like this where in your career journey, you have highs and lows and your growth will not be linear. But every time you do have the choice to build and to choose what your story will be written on. So as we go back, I would say knowing your personal goal is the place I'll start with. Writing your strengths, your skills, your speciality is super relevant without feeling that you're bragging or you are overcompensating. And every now and then taking a micro dose of courage. The more you do it, the more you do in situations, the more confidence it will start building into yourself. So what I'd leave you, I want to have like 5-10 minutes for Q&A. I want you to think about your choice. I want you all to think about the power in your mind, because the biggest challenge that we have for a lot of people, or for a lot of female members, is that we often set very low bar for ourselves. And this is something I think Nancy was talking about, the whole I'm remarkable piece, which became such a big moment. It only started from that point, because most of us, are either unsure of our strengths, or when we know our strengths, we feel that, someone will automatically notice what are we great at, what is the value that we bring. That will not happen. You have to put your own narrative in front of people. So the thing that I will also let you ask you to do is, potentially, as you take your career journey and your choices, the last part, which I often maybe end upon, is the power of community. While you're thinking of your career goal, your motivation, your impact, your capability, and finally the courage, what is the value of what is the value that you are adding to the community in terms of your personal on your personal participation? If a woman has helped you, if a lot of women who are here brought you to this opportunity, what would you go back and give to the community? Because I would say after 10-15 years in your career will become a lot more expansive than just being thinking about yourself. You would be a leader, you would be a manager, and it is important for you to feel that sense and show that sense of community to others. And I still remember there was another very, very similar situation where I might have been the most junior person in the room, and I was entering a meeting, and I noticed that everyone has taken, like a seat, and barely for like some of the newer people, there was no place to sit. And I had this really amazing female mentor who actually said, "Hey, Charu, why don't you take my seat?" And she stood up herself. And because she was so senior, because she did that for me, some other person said, "No, no, we'll bring another chair from the room outside." And she made sure that I was sitting at the head of the table along with senior people. Just that initiative of her, of expanding and adding me to a circle from a place of community, was so helpful. And every time I feel I get a chance to do something like that, I would go ahead and do it. When you start doing most of this, your courage, your courage and confidence, because courage is so contagious. Every time you start taking the leap of faith, you would notice community around you will also correlate and help. So in your career journey, in my career journey, I would say there have been a lot of interesting ups and downs, but the concept of career is something that came very, very late to me. If you are all starting your career, I don't want you to make that mistake. I want you to think about your career from get-go, to think about what drives you, what's your personal motivation, because then your overall life is much more happier and compartmentalized. So think about it. Think about all the choices that you have to make, and how can you be more courageous and confident. And again, just like a lot of folks who might speak from Google, I'm happy to talk to you one-on-one. I'm happy to facilitate I'm remarkable exercise for anyone. And then I also am a life coach. So if any of you want to speak more one-on-one, I'd be happy to do that. So thank you. And I'd love to maybe make it interactive. And if people have any questions, I'd love to maybe talk through that.
So any questions from anyone? Can you come forward so Sherry can listen to the mic?
Thank you for your presentation and for injecting confidence. Actually, most of the things that you say, and also your friend Nancy just, spoke before, are correct. We are over criticizing ourselves. We are very skeptical of our abilities. But then the truth is that we are facing the realities which provoke us to think like that. You see that. I think you and people like you who already have made it, then you enjoy still some credit, which protects you from many things. And that's very essential, because at the same time, credit is somehow exactly the opposite of is a cliche, opposite to underrepresentation. So whenever it is with you, then it protects you. But then in real life, when really I think my opinion, the Western opinion that you should just all the time, insist on your strengths, it only works on Western nourished positions and culture. It doesn't work for Asia. I think for Asia, honestly, Asia and Middle East. I'm Middle Eastern. I'm from Iran, and Iran is not a great country for women. Actually, I studied in the best school of engineering of Iran, electrical engineering of Iran. And then, most of my classmates were male, and I was a few female. So all the time, I was in the top level, but at the same time, all the time, I suffered from segregation and from all the harasses which happens in my country. And at the same time, many such things happen. So then, I think, I was just combator. I was just like you, and even more confrontative. But actually, to me, for Asia and Middle East, Nancy's strategy works better than ours. If you cannot over explicit ourselves, really. If we just say that we are good and everything is fine, I don't think that they really appreciate us. They just become against us. Something that I really, it's just like that. If we go to Western psychologists, they say that be confident, be confident, be confident. But then there are realities. Sometimes they even wanted to kill me. That's something that happens there so easily. Here in Hong Kong and there also. So then, I feel the difference. I have been in France 5 years. I have enjoyed the nice treatment of the gentlemen there. And then I have been in Asia. I have been exposed to Arab, Persian, Indian, and Chinese men. There are men who are extremely supportive in all culture. They are good people. So they are the best allies that we have. They are better than women to us. That definitely. But then, the culture is not our friend. I don't think that we can just all the time say that, I'm this person. I think it backfires. It's just my point to say, because you're a life coach. I just wanted to share it. And maybe you have insights to help me, something like that, because it's really a big problem. It's not something easy that we can just.
Yeah. No, I think thank you for sharing that. And I'm really sorry to hear about some of the personal experience that you had to go through. And accepting that sometimes the reality is very, very tough and very subjective for a lot of people. I'd say two things. I think one, I completely agree with you. The whole thing on confidence, courage is very cultural. And it doesn't, I won't even say it stems from work culture, right? It stems from the family we come from. When I started working, if I go and if I said something about somebody at work who was my senior to my parents, saying, this person was just being so mean, my parents would be, if somebody is your senior, you should be respectful, because they tell us that you need to be respectful. And I think it's a great cultural learning. I'm very thankful that your parents and your society tells you to be to have humility and to be humble. I think that's fantastic. So I 100% agree with you that culturally it's very, very tough for us to shake this belief in which we need to be, self-promoting. We need to be talking amongst ourselves, and it's hard. It's hard at all levels, at all culture. Even after taking all these sessions and training, I can find it hard myself many a time. So 100% agree with you. And however, the thing that I'm trying to say is, while fighting all this, right, while you are going on your career trajectory, the articulation and the awareness of what is your authentic value has to be start getting built. At some places, you might over-index and over-speak about them. If you're applying for a role, if you're not talking about your accomplishment, why would someone take you? However, do you need to do it every day when you go to work and say, hey, these are my qualities, these are my strengths? Not really, right? So what you need to do, I think the area that I would focus is continue to build self-awareness. So know what your own personal motivations are. Continue to learn how to articulate better, so that when you are engaging with people outside, you are far more sure of what is the value that you bring. And the third thing I would say is, and then see where and how you can use it. The thing about credit and the thing about fighting and stereotyping is that a lot of time that creates biases in ourselves, which might not help us in the long run. I mean, these, and I'll go back to the I am remarkable exercise. There's actually very interesting stats that it's not just men, it's actually women also who look down on other women who promote themselves. Like they would not like if the other woman is talking about herself. So it's a very large issue that we are continuously working and discussing. Whenever you feel that situation are like that, I feel I only start focusing on my circle. What is the area that I can control? And the second circle, what is the area that I can influence? What I can't control, a lot of unpleasantries in this world, a lot of challenging situations, that's very fundamental. It will take time for things like tech is the most advanced vertical, I would say, in terms of jobs. But here also, you look at the diversity of male and female as they go senior. It's really not where it should be. So that acceptance, but ensuring that that's not where you need to focus. If you center yourself on, okay, these are the things which I can't change, but here is one thing in me I can keep building on. And here are some of the things that I can start influencing. I think focusing there just keeps you in a much more positive mindset. So once you do it for yourself, you say, hey, I have done it. Like I found it helpful. Let me go and help like two more new people or two more new women who joined the office. Let me just be the mentor that nobody was to me. Let me just do that. At least that I can influence and control. When you start doing that slowly, the domino effect of that change will start taking place. But mind you, these are hundreds and hundreds years of belief and societal, cultural nuances that will not change overnight. The only thing is, as the world, as the corporate world go through its own set of evolution, we should be prepared for it. And we should be owning our own stories. I think that's the place I would say. But I do 100% agree with you. Like not everyone can wear a cape of confidence and just start flying. It's not an overnight journey. It's taken me 15 years to come at a concept of career and confidence. And I still, in a many situation, feel that maybe I don't belong. Maybe what I'm saying is not right. It still happens with me. But I pull myself back and say, okay, remind yourself why you're here. Remind yourself you have overcome difficult situation. And it just helps me to think positively because there's no other way. So that's potentially what I'd say. But yeah, you are right. Not everyone can become the same cookie cutter, overconfident person overnight. That's not going to happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Cheryl, for your time and sharing. I think that's really inspiring. So yeah, thank you for your sharing.
Okay, I know you guys are out of time, so I'll give you time back.
Thank you. So next one would be Didi.
You don't get a mic, so I use the mic. I just use this mic.
Yeah, you can use this mic.
Okay.
Let me config a little bit. Lay một slide. Okay.
So while doing some technical stuff, my name is Didi Desiree, and I am the country manager for Google Cloud Hong Kong. Thank you for your time this morning. A Saturday morning, you come here, you invest the time that makes you care and invest on yourself. So thank you so much. So may I have a raise of hand? Like who are like in now? It's in the earliest stage of your career start. I just wanted to know. time, you know what happened is I think a guy, when you have that, romantics, and a guy dumped me. I don't want to study. I fell totally in my exam, so I cannot be a lawyer. And then so then I get into marketing. When I get into marketing, I want to get into an ad firm. Ad is at my time is like, well, marketing ad, so very, prestige, so it's, and then what happened is when I do my interview, I finally say that the ad firm is so low pay as a trainee or intern, right? Like, and it's so tough. And then because of the couple of thousands, I joined IBM to start my career. And now I'm 26 years in my IT career. So what I'm trying to say is, I like they say dare to be, but when you say dare to be, are you always planned it? I know there are somebody, I want to be a doctor, there are people like that, right? But come on, step back. Most of us, are we sure every day, like, what will be the future 5 or 10 years, what I want it to be? For me, I'm not. I don't get into the IT industry, say, hey, I really want to be leaders in the IT industry. No, I don't have that. I'm just working every day, come in and then learn the technology. I still remember when I was in IBM, people tell me, like, hey, do you know how to fix my PC? You work in IBM. I say, what? I don't know. Okay. So in fact, when I say dare to be, well, for me it's just, okay, I know different people have different thoughts, but for me, it's like I dare to be live the fullest every day. That is today. I really like every day. I just I want to be a better self every single day, just a little bit, just a little bit. I don't have a honestly, I don't have a great dream or mind. I don't. But do you know what? If you live every day, trying to put yourself out every day to the fullest for yourself, for the people you're working around with, and then when the chances came, they will see that. They will see you are ready. And they will also see you are not ready. It's just, you just have to live like every day, what should be I do? What is the branding that I'm building? You are coming from branding, right? We love in our enterprise where we be branding, but for personal, when you are studying, even when you step into this career, you start your first year, or you have been, working for long, you have your own branding. When your own branding once comes in, what happens is when there is a promotion, probably people will talk about you. When there is some headhunter trying to get you, they will say, hey, do you know Didi? Yeah, I know Didi. I think she's okay. Or if not, it's okay. It's like, yeah, she's doing right. But then when I become a first new manager, I was so micromanagement, telling my team, can you report to me where you go every day? What do you do? Like 8:30, I call a team meeting to start the day, just to show everybody I am hardworking, right? I really want you hardworking. I don't trust. I fail. And then I stressed myself so hard. I probably had, my physical tells of symptoms, I have some issues. And then I decided to step down. I say, hey, wait, maybe I'm not ready. I'm not ready at that time. But when I trying to step down, actually there's a courage, right? There's courage. Hey, it's telling everybody, say, hey, this time I fail. I fail. But there's also sometimes in Chinese we say, sorry, 退一步海闊天空. I don't know how to translate in English. 就是 no, try English. Like you really sometimes you step down and then you can see the the bigger picture. Maybe it's like translating to this. So what happened is I take another 5 years time to start, like be that individual contributor, and then I become a leader again, and maybe because I have become a mom, at that moment of time is the maturity, then if you think about your team, if it is your son, will you like push your son so hard? And they say, no, yeah, I have to embrace them. I have to trust them, right? So I have learned that from there. And then, and then along the career, I'm lucky enough that I also make some bold move. IBM for IT industry, not now. Sorry, I don't know anybody's from IBM. It's like, I thought I would be like the lifetime, 30 years in IBM. I said, it's good company, right? It's big company. And then I decided to take a bold move when I was 40. It's a little bit age crisis, right? Like 40, can I change? Can I try something new? So I joined Salesforce. And then in Salesforce, I also start from scratch. I know there is a lot of technical people here. Raise up your hand if you're on like the technical route. Anybody? Oh, not many. Good. Because I'm not technical. Anyway, but I really respect all the technical people. They are the best ally of my career life. I started, learn a lot about cloud, about CRM, a lot about applications. And then I have to run the configurations, do it, and then okay, step by step, people see my quality, and then I have a chance to become a leader again. So when I exit, I'm the regional vice president for Hong Kong and Taiwan. And then I came here, and then it's a totally new environment to me. I was so scared. Cloud, okay, Kubernetes, Enthos, it's scary. Sorry, for me, it's very scary. But yeah, I know that I'm not doing myself, right? I have all the allies. I have all the team. I have shown my vulnerability as well as say, hey, you know what? When I'm with my team, you guys know cloud more than I do. So please let me know. Feedback to me. I need help. Can you help me? I don't know if this is a quality for a woman or a man, or it's just personality. In fact, I know my topic is talking about women in IT leadership, right? But when you think about it, I know there is a lot of confidence and courage, and you mentioned like sometimes it's contextual, very different, right? I cannot say, hey, I'm very, very confident. No, I'm not. But it's okay to be not confident. It's very okay. Because sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. So it's okay to be not confident. It's really okay. And actually, it's very courageous to admit that I'm not confident. And that's why when you're saying that I'm not confident, then you need to do some more. Then you need to seek help. Then you need to, ask somebody to, hey, help me. I know you are good at it. People are good at everything. We cannot ask a fish to climb a tree, right? But I know what I'm good at. When I'm a fish, I know how to swim. So when something about swimming, you come to me. But when somebody comes to climb a tree, you go and climb a tree. It's that feminine quality sometimes. We know more about caring. Sorry, guys. I know guys can be very caring too. But it's that thing that will makes your career. Sometimes, you will be more, say, let's say some in English, no, not details oriented. No, that's not details oriented. That's a very technical, mindset, details oriented, logical, like no. It's a little bit of that quality, that, huh? thoughtfulness, empathy. Empathy. Sometimes, being a woman is some more empathetic. We cry when we see the drama, right? Korean drama. And yeah, it's that quality. It's that quality that will differentiate you. It's okay. So I think as a wrap, I only have 15 minutes, but there are two things it's always keep my mind is I don't need a big dream. I don't need a big dream, but I'm doing every day to the best to myself, to the team, to everything. One day it will lead to that big dream. That's really my belief. Second thing is low ego, big impact. It's a cliche, right? Now the NBA always say low ego, big impact, but it's true. You don't need to have a big ego. Sometimes you admit your vulnerability. I think, well, to wrap is, being vulnerable, saying I don't know, actually is very powerful. So thank you. I just leave life very quick. Like any questions? I know there is a lot of students here, still thinking what is technology, right? Anything? No? Yeah, please.
So you mentioned you have a son. So how can you be like a leader, a good leader, and be so focused in your career and have a balance with your family life or your personal life at the same time?
Lucky I have a happy family. I'm lucky, but the thing is, I'm not a tiger mom. You cannot be a career woman and then ask every time your Chinese dictation is 100 marks. It's impossible. Okay, so sometimes. So sometimes there's some feedback. I know somebody. Can you mute? Sorry, those who are online. Is it Doris? Doris, can you mute? Yeah. Okay. So you have to set the right expectation to yourself and also to the children. The right expectation. My expectation to my boy is you won't see your mom like every night, like Monday to Friday to do and check your homeworks, everything. You forget your homework, you get scolded. That is your responsibility, is not mine. You have to remind myself, but no, you have to remind me. I have to sign something. Not I check you through all the homeworks and then, I'm not doing that job. You do that job. So that's expectation setting, right? But also you have to expect your boy is not like 100 marks in everything. He will like stamp and scold. Teacher will call you sometimes because of forgetful. But it's the right expectations. But it's okay. I don't know. I'm not very good academic, but yeah, I think we are not counting that primary 5 reports and then show to your next boss to find a job, right? But yeah, but now they are very independent. Because of all these trusts that I give to him. But yeah, so but no, but if you really wish you have to get be a mom and then have that result, that's hard. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But yeah, set the right expectation. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you for sharing, Didi. So I would just want to ask, so I'm a product manager. So as a product manager, one of the biggest challenges I face too is actually you have to work with, a lot of engineers coming from different kind of technical issues or some backgrounds like that, like front end, back end, full stack, some smart contract developers like that. So, and you were talking about leadership in IT industry. So how do you have those engineers? Because probably you have no background in engineering, but how can you like have them trust you when you make like you do a decision making when it comes to a really important kind of like business decision? Thank
Yeah.
you.
I think why you develop a product, why you develop that, why you do it, for what purpose?
is for, I don't know, from my world, it's for the customers, right? I know the customers. So you don't develop for the sake of develop, right? It's not fun, right? It's not a game. But can this really impact your customers? So usually I would play that card and understand more about the customers, because that really customer wants. Can you help, right? And there are some technical constraints there will be, but you tell me anything we can, come to a middle point, not to the extent, just tell me, enlighten me. And I have to say, every time when I talk to some engineer, I would say, what is that term? What is that term? Oh, sorry, what's that? But then you have to step a little bit back. It's like, why you develop it? It's all about the customers. So I usually would communicate this because of the customer needs, wants, visions, values, that I would do that to communicate my technical. Yeah. I hope I answer your questions. Okay, I only have 50 minutes. It's overrun, so I will pass to the next. But thank you for your time. Nice to meet you all. Just go into LinkedIn, search my name. Just ping me some message if you want to. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. So we have a good photo time right now, and then after the good photo, we will take a short break. So I will invite everyone from the back side, please sit in front of the front side, so we can take a very good profile. So please come. Yeah, you can just take the seat one. The long one is one. Okay. Thank you so much for everyone's coming. We hope to provide this platform for every lady, every girl, every woman to speak out. It's very important to build courage, to have to speak out. So thank you. And thank you, the friend come from Thailand. And thank you, friend come from Iran, right? Oh, you live in Hong Kong right now, but never mind. It's really courageous to see everyone. Okay, so yeah, sit here. Okay, we will count 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. We have some dinosaur. Yeah. Okay, show the logo at the end. Very nice. So I will count 1, 2, 3. Okay, ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I will take selfish photo from here, all right? So that we can show on the Facebook. Let me try my best. Okay, I can see everyone. Right, correct. I can do that. Oh, it's fun. Yeah. All right. Well, 1, 2, 3. 2. Thank you, everyone. So thank you for coming. We will take a short break.
And some snack like outside. Feel free to take it.
Yeah, we provide some coffee. So our next session will be 11:40. Feel free to take some photos and snacks and coffee, and you can exchange each other's contact. So our next session will be start at 11:40. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's 11:40. We have a very good happy time. So the short break will be 10 minutes. Okay, so the official start time will start at 11:50. Thank you.
全部靠美國分地，好啲啊嘛，好啲啦，希望。喂，我影相，你想呢度？好啊。 即係唔同咧，冇呢個方法。啱啱到，係啊，啱啱林哥就邀請係呢陣用英文嚟，英文啊嘛，英文好啊，好啊，可以啊，可以啊。SOOLER，我係所以都有，可以排灣你俾唔俾想我中文冇所謂嘅，英文。我擺喺度先，我揾一揾我同事先。认喜欢的东西。来皮跟薄切，来皮跟薄切，这个差到3眼。对啊，对啊，对啊，对啊，对啊。一样，我听吧。对，就是我们是一家外配后台。我的然后主要是先去出基础吧，所以对，他换个班底。Yeah, so我剛才看到我仔開始啦，多謝你啊！係啊，知道，大家都好。我話俾你聽，先人咧 ，work field 咧有啲人聽到十聲就點解咧？全部都阿媽佢哋嗰啲腳醫嗰啲，你揾嗰班人係上一全部啲人仔係哋想笑嘅，跟住喺度講咧，隻眼好勁。唔係外國人聽啊，因為不嬲都 creative， 係啊係啊咩啊？好快咩？閃閃閃！呢個快，呢個真係最緊要係呢個，你教你宣傳佢要 hiring， 即係我哋都話英文即係我係諗住我哋諗嘅，剛剛冇大幾派嘅。但係我超考大家係啊，我都係公司係大嘅，多人或者係再改嘅，譬如好似亞加拿咁樣已經係一個大公司咁講嘅啦，其實不嬲都有嘅，教你玩個睇啲微博，啲微博你都知啦，啲微博我成個唔係個 A 公司，中國 A 公司啦嚇，你都想食搞？
Thank you for everyone's coming. So we are going to start another session. We will have the lunchtime, don't worry. And make sure everyone will have the happy hour later, okay? So you can communicate with each other more later. Don't worry about that. Thank you. Thank you so much for you guys coming. Okay, so we are getting ready for another session. All right, so, okay, oops. So I will pass to another very lovely date lady, Dora. Dora, it's your time.
Thank you. 好，用一个。这个，对吗？是吗？OK，好好好。Okay. Hello, everyone. You can hear me? Yes. Okay. I'm Dora. My topic is big data, big courage. I'm not here to share any hard skill, and I until this section is very fruitful. So I'm very happy to hear, the speech from Didi, Nancy, and also the other speaker from outside. And now I'm here to tell my story. So I'm actually a founder of Explorer. So before I start my story, I'd like to tell you a statistic. So there are some facts shown on the screen, and I hope to bring this message to everyone. And do you know that 14% of female are actually solo startup founders since 2 years ago, and there's only 2% of that receive VC. And the other fact saying that women make up 4% of CEO in APAC. And that's one fact. The other fact is, do you notice that women holds only 26.7% of tech-related job? And you shall be proud of yourself. For people sitting here working in the industry, whether you're a man and woman, whatever industry you are, you should be proud of yourself joining the workforce. Okay, so now I'd like to ask you questions. Since I'm a woman or either you're a man, think about it. The question is, between work and family, what would you choose? Think about it. Before you answer me, I have a story to tell you. Between work and family, I chose a family. And that's why I started Explorer. So what happened is back at year 2015, I was actually employed for an organization in Hong Kong, and I was asked to deploy project in China for 270 retail store, and I did it in 2 years or 1.5 years. And after that achievement, that company who hired me didn't give me a promotion, and they gave me only 2 choices of my life. The first choices was, Dora, why don't you move to Singapore to deploy rest of the project with us? Number 2, the choice is, I have to leave the position if I don't take that offer, and there's no compensation. Okay, so I take the choice is, okay, I think that's the time I have to make a choice of my life, and I have a family, and I couldn't leave to Singapore all of a sudden. So then I chose to leave the company, and I started Explorer by thinking of a mindset is, I think I agree with Didi that I never thought of myself doing something big. I was just thinking, oh, why don't I take some break and do some freelance job? So I registered, I went to one of the accountant I know in my life, and I asked, I just paid 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, something like that. It's not expensive to start a company. So I pay for registering a company and doing a freelance, and I start one job. And the job was actually at a science park, and I have a PMO background. So I was starting on a job doing a PM and BA of a digital project. And then I start my career there as a freelance. And after working there for delivering my project, and
I start being invited to work for second client, third client, and fourth client. And I find out my 8 hours a day was fully overly used. So I couldn't sustain with only one person. So I keep on adding people. And this is a company I started in 2015. And I also launched another service is to provide IT service training. And back to my story, I start adding people, and now we have 60 people, now reaching 8 years. And I keep stacking up, picking up project, keep adding people, and I never have a goal. I want to reach 50 people in few years or 100 people in few years. It's just go by natural. And I transformed the company from doing PMO service, and now it's more data focused. So all these years I've been doing data analytics, and this is a group my great people. Start from 1, 2, 3, 4, and gradually adding to 60 people. And I have office in Hong Kong and APAC. So meaning I register my office in Hong Kong and Singapore, and I also have offshore offices. What I learned from here is don't let starting small stop you from believing big. I don't think we are a big company, but I start big data. So, and don't forget that I have a family. I'm a mom of 2 children. So I do have adversity starting Explorer. I do see challenges starting Explorer, and these are my adversity in orders. I do find out work-life balance is a challenge. Getting drained up, getting focused, and there's a lot to do every day, a lot of problem to resolve every day, and I find it very hard, and that's the truth. And less time to cook, less time to talk to my children, and I also feel the same. The story shared by Didi earlier, and tech minority. I'm just one of the tech minority because I'm a female. I'm in the tech industry, and I'm one of the tech minorities, and that I have to admit. Had to collect monies. Being a woman entrepreneur, my husband said to me, I have less muscle on my body. So when I come to late payment, so when we do a project, we're supposed to collect payment, and there seems to be more and more late payment lately due to economy slowdown, due to other organizations also have financial problems or financial delays. So I start having hard time to collect money. So I do have sales manager. I do have sales head of sales. They are male, but I chose to come up to some really delaying clients and push for the payment. And I find out I do have advantage of being woman, because when I collect the payment, when I talk to these C-level, they find guilty by talking to me. So there's one advantage here. And the other adversity I find, I'm so drained to bring up Explorer, to bring up my people, and also focus on the direction of the company. I find less friends. I find I have less time to talk to my old friends or meet new friends. And honestly, entrepreneur is very lonely. What we went through, what we fought through is hard to be understood by people. And I admit that, but I think like few speakers spoken earlier that you have to hear the inner voice and you have to find your purpose. So I focus on my purpose and I still sustain. So I do have to appreciate my husband in the back. he was an entrepreneur. Honestly, age is not making a difference. I start Explorer when I was 41 and I'm 49 now. So my husband founded his company 2 years ago, and he already, did very well in exit. So I'm still looking for my direction. So after sharing my challenges, how I overcome these challenges, I heard about some speaker talk about focus, energy, confidence, courage, and so on. And let me walk through one by one. How I overcome it is, honestly, nobody is good at everything at the beginning until you're doing it, until you actually experience it. So I would say from 1 to 4, nobody is good at beginning when doing something new. So if you're doing something new, you move to new career, you move to new places, everybody immigrates anyway.
So I think it's okay. So get over it. You know, you have to do it and realize it. So don't be afraid. In reality, all things are difficult before they become easy. So put your first step in and feel it and do it. So don't start when you get good. Start now so you become good. Okay. So my last, I'm also very glad I have my employees coming here to support me. Cheyenne, Nadia, thank you. So woman means a lot in Explorer. Women and men, yeah, all the young and experienced workers. So I always encourage them to do. Attitude of doing is very important. Before you say it, you walk your talk is very important because you're telling people with your example. You are the role model. So I have a belief to go on. It's been 8 years founding Explorer. So my belief is find your why to find your way. Find your why in the sense that when you find your why, everything is go naturally on your way, including your purpose, your courage, your confidence, and positive attitude. So you have to find your way, meaning you have to find your why. What is your purpose of being here? What is your purpose of starting your job or being your life turning point and so on? So life will become meaningful and complete because you understand where you are here for, why you're here for. So everything will be with reason. So number 3 is my purpose. My purpose here of establishing Explorer, being a mom of 2 children, is to help people solve problem with data. And when I able to help people, I feel achieved. I feel satisfied. I'm happy to help them solve problems. So in my website, you can see that I call ourselves data doctors. We have 60 people, so we have say 60 data doctors in my clinic. So make it short, my speech is very short. So I fed my mind, body, spirit with the belief I have the power and capacity to turn my dream to reality. Everybody has a dream. Doesn't have to be big. Small dreams, small step, okay. So to me, finding why gave me a focus and driven energy. You know, I hear that, you know, people being entrepreneur or before 8 years ago, I was working for multiple companies from Silicon Valley, USA to Hong Kong. So I have experienced a lot of up and down in my life, and also finding Explorer, I also have a lot of up and down. Past 2 years were difficult in Hong Kong and APAC and in the world. And late payment, people cancel the project at the middle, and a lot of difficult situations. But I do have to believe my focus. My focus, I do have to believe my purpose, actually. My purpose is to help people with data, solving their problem, creating business opportunity, turning the business around so that I'm able to drive my team to focus and also focus on the project, the delivery, and able to give the assistance to people. My encouragement. So by hearing my story, I hope you feel that. I think this is quite applicable to anyone here. Either you are students starting your career, in the middle of your career, or you're at a career turning point, or your life. So I would say that find something you want to live for and keep acting according to your purpose will build up your strength. Other speaker in the beginning talk about the strength is confidence, be able to solve problem and so on. So to me, once you find a purpose in your life, everything will fall onto a place, including your courage, confidence, determination, problem solving skill, and achievement. So these are my take. Again, you have a choice in your life. And I'm the consequence of your choice. I'm a consequence of my choice. So I'm here to speak to you, and I'm still working very hard with my 60 data doctors in my clinic. And we are trying to help people solve problems, making an impact, making a change. So, and I'm enjoy doing it. So I think the biggest critical success factor is you have to enjoy what you're doing. So passion makes success. So at end, I do want to promote. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda here is saying, you know, when she invited me, she also encouraged me being here to promote my company. So exploradata.com, we are hiring. So men and women, very encouraging, and please join us to make an impact to the industry. Data, you likely hear about data. Every industry needs data, right? Whether you're a restaurant, construction business, or retail, clinic, health, science, whatever industry really need data, because data tell your business, tell your operation, tell what problems you have, tell you what kind of improvement you need to do, and ROI and so on. So that the data company, we are doing a lot of data consulting, lots of projects, and also lots of people coming here to ask for a project, mostly have a lot of problems. So they look to you with the head down with a lot of thinking, but after your after Explore Data consultation and our solution, I think they can come out of my office with the head up, with confidence, because they find out the problem is being solved. So we are hiring data engineer, solution architect, data consultant. So for you who would like to explore the fun of the data, I'm here to serve you, and I also have two colleagues here to talk to you about the career. And I think there are some people coming to explore, changing their life. The firefighter from Hong Kong, he cannot expose his name. He was a firefighter in Hong Kong for 8 years since graduating from Hong Kong University, and he joined us, turning his career from firefighter to data scientist, and we successfully transformed his career, and now he promoted to be senior data consultant in my company within 1.5 years, and he worked very hard to change his life. So I also hire a person who used to be Starbucks coffee maker, join Explorer doing data sciences, and he's now 8 months in my company. He's doing great. He's very diligent, working very hard, and even talked to me one day, Dora, thank you for bringing me this job. I no longer sitting in Starbucks office doing coffee making 12 hours a day. And now he can, work in the inside office, doing, in-house office, doing 8 hours work with us on the table. Because we are doing work in share office, so he's actually having fun and finding his purpose in life, and we're able to give them opportunity to transform his career, his life choice. So again, it's your choice. So whatever you choose to be, gonna be consequence of your choice. But you still, I think, to end this, you still have to think for your purpose. Okay, think for your purpose. Once you find a purpose, everything will fall into a place. Thank you very much. Do you have questions? Any questions so far?
Hi, Dara. Thank you for sharing. And
Hello.
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
So the first one could be a little bit tough and sensitive, as we are actually seeing the open AI and also ChatGPT is getting prevailing right now. So we can see the future that there is a possibility of AI could probably take over some job opportunities to replace some workforce in the near future. Like I've tried Copilot before, which is actually using OpenAI to help developers to write code. And basically, when I just write a piece of code, like calculate how many days before this date and that date, and it automatically generate all codes in one go, and I just have to review it and confirm it, and that's all. So it definitely change our life in a very big way. So as a data company, and I wonder how you will adjust your business or your business direction to cater to the trend of the whole industry changing. And so this is my first question. And my second question is that as an entrepreneur, I believe that you face a lot of pressures, different difficulties all day. So how do you personally deal with the pressure when you stress out, when you're facing different challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good questions. Number one, yes, the OpenAI technology was already coming to Explorer. So we already have innovation. So we are OpenAI. I think there are 2 different crowds of people coming to me. the first crowd of people saying that would they take over my job, Dora? OpenAI seemed to be a hot topic that that kind of create a threat to the job market. I would not say a different level of work who is relying on a lot of human brain or manual work. They are really being afraid of being replaced. That's the first crowd. So second crowd who come to me is trying to take advantage of OpenAI to create more innovation. That is Explorer. So and at that I'm the second crowd. So the first crowd I would respond that is that I would say you need to be on top of the food chain. So meaning on top of this game, which is staying up on the designer, because OpenAI is a tool to help accelerate your work. Make your work faster, go faster to kind of they can fastly read a million pages of article and give you a quick summary, or even treat it million of video and give you a summary by summarizing all the context. So, but to do that, you still need human to design and decide, right? So I would say it's not totally replaced, but we're trying to leverage what you do and be on top of the chain. Number two question is to be part of this game. I would say I would take advantage of OpenAI and try to bring innovation. So in Explorer, we already doing a lot of text analytics, serving law firm or serving CRM or customer related industry to treat millions of articles and then automate the articles and then automate the summary and then draw an analytic out of this by highlighting the pinpoints or driving action, drilling to problems. So I think you are doing sustainability ESG. We're also doing ESG. So ESG need a lot. ESG stand for is environment, social, and governance. Is doing a lot of data processing to capture the ESG factor. So we are doing a lot of innovation to try to utilize the technology to draw the insight of ESG. So number two question is, I like that. And I'm learning every day. The number two questions that this lady is asking, that's how I overcome the difficulties, because they're being entrepreneur, we seem to have a lot of decision making every day, dealing with difficult situation. Clients were frustrated, yelling at us that with many reasons. So how I overcome this? I know, to be honest, my first 3 years finding this company, I was not good at it. But now practice makes success. So now I think I'm better than yesterday. It's called growth. So I'm going more on emotional intelligence. So meaning I do think that woman has an advantage of handling second question is that we have compassionate, we have empathy. So by linking people problem to us, we are able to feel the emotion inside. We quickly can wear their hats. Why the situation make them feel unhappy. Unhappy is the result, but it's not the root cause. So for us, we have to, because we are data consulting, we are consulting meaning active listening, your ear is very important. By doing our job every day, we're using ears a lot. We don't use our eyes a lot, but we use ears a lot. So we listen to people's emotion when expressing their frustration, problems. And we try to find out, okay, the emotion is actually a result, a consequence. But how about what causing it, right? Why causing him so upset or feeling us so unfair, something like that. So we will go into a context about drilling into a discovery of reason. So once you find out the reason that causing him unhappy or disappointed or sadness, then they feel you are connecting him. They feel you are listening to him. They feel you are linking him. So once they feel that, you sort of feel that you're linking to his emotion, you try to find out what's causing him upset, you try to help him. I think that's just the appreciation you see at the end. And this is how we do every day. Being consultant in consulting industry is not only doing hard skill, we're doing a lot of counseling and listening every day. So to overcome what I I also have my own emotion. I also have my own anger and so on. But I will try to link back what I said is the purpose. Your purpose here is to solve problem for them. So focus on your purpose. Focus on the result you want to drive. Everything else is just the journey. So I would say get over it and focus on your purpose. And this is how I train my 60 consultant, that focus on your purpose. I think try not to spend too much time on analyzing why he's doing this to me, why he's shouting at me off sudden. Try to solve problem at the end. Everybody is a happy ending. So I'm not sure if I help you, but I think this is my focus, and this is how I sustain in 8 years, and I have more years to go. And I think I'm still very comfortable. Any questions so far? And
hi, Dora. Thanks for your inspiring sharing. And the question I want to ask is, when do you find a thing you really want to do, or the way you really want to pursue? Because when we are during our 20s or 30s, also sometimes we are good at in some field, but we also want to explore more things because of the curiosity, right? So sometimes maybe we may be feel confused. Whether it will distract my main pace. So I want to ask, how can you balance yourself and find your final direction? Finally, thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. So at I of course I've been to 20 and 30s, and that's the very critical time. I think I agree with Nancy earlier speech. Remember, she said, leverage your past to create something new. This is a very important sentence in my life as well. So during 20, 30 years, it's actually a very critical time for you to absorb experience, for you to make network, make your personal brand. Like Didi say, your personal brand is very important. Explore is just a company brand, but that comprises of 60 personal brands, including my brand. So I would say among 20 and 30 years old, that you are discovering yourself and try to memorize or remember your experience. Remember how you solve problem, or witnessing how people solve problem in front of you, how they overcome challenge, how they create things from scratch. And these are very critical experience that you save in your memory. And then you try to, like an encyclopedia, when you need to use it sometime, this is the capability, you put it up and do it. But practice makes success. And how we make a switch is that because we've been building up so much experience during 20 and 30, and until I reach 40 years old, I think same to what Didi mentioned, that is a life change, right? So I think until there, entrepreneur mindset may be even better, because you already went through all the ups and downs. You likely failed before, and you know the lesson learned. So later you start your career, later you start your business, you likely have all the lesson learned in your mind, and you exactly know what recipe to use in what situation. So I would say keep going, keep making things. During 2030 is a golden period for you to attract experience, to like a bank saving your money, saving your assets, and these are very critical. And until late 30 or 40 years old, you likely have something amazing you want to do on your own, or linking with the people with the same interest, doing some good business together, or even being attracted to stronger leadership. So this is my sharing. I'm sorry, I overrun. Amanda. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Nikki, maybe also invite your husband. Yeah, it's good to have their alliance. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So next we will have Wendy. Yay. Let me pull up your slides first. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, great. Yeah. You're so excited, so curious. Okay, great. And how many of you believe tech is so powerful that will change the world? Yeah, me too. Me too. Okay, and finally, the last question. How many of you want to use technology to make the world a better place? Great. I have the perfect audience. I'm that kind of person. Um, I uh, I'm in UX, but I'm actually trained in electrical engineering. And when I finished my education in the States, I came back to Hong Kong, and I found myself working in all kinds of the latest tech at that time. So it was the time when the mobile industry was booming. My first job was with Motorola. In fact, my first office was just in the Tower One, Times Square. I was building the first wireless uh, data network. So it was very exciting. And then I found myself um, creating the most advanced mobile phone at that time. Let me show you one of them. This is MSC. And it is working. So I was really excited. I mean, this is just one of them, and I was working with Sha and Samuel. If those of you, if you don't know, that was the time before iPhone, and the most advanced mobile was from Japan, and they have the most advanced content. So what I did was I was working in the Java engine inside this phone, and to make sure that we can run those very exclusive content from Japan. And business was great because we were the only one who can do that. And so I was really excited about what I was doing, and changing the world with tech, right? Um, and in the year of 2006, I made a big decision. I want to start a company, and I call it Edging. It's something to do with air business, robotics and stuff, and making magic with the world. So, and that was a big decision, and but I was quite confident, really, because I was seeing this. I was seeing there's a shift in value. It's a change, change. See a change of starting with the infrastructure, right? I was building infrastructure then, and then the mobiles. I was working on one of those very emerging mobile with a special engine inside, and then it must be going to apps. Must be going to apps. So the question become what to do. And interestingly, I had an idea in my mind that I thought was so amazing. I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I shared with some of my friends and uh, the developers, and interestingly, it's their something, right? So and this is what we just gave it. We were techies, right? So we gave it a name. It's not a pretty name, but we call it dynamic screensaver. So that was the idea in our mind that we were trying to build. Let me show you a little bit about what it looks like. Um, so in the past, right, properly right now also you have on your screen you have a wallpaper definitely, right? And at that point, people love wallpaper also, and they would pay for wallpaper, right? So the question is, other than just pretty, which is nice, what can you do more with that? So our idea is that why don't we take it beyond just visual decoration? Can we say if can you link it with real-time information? Because what we observe at that point is that when you have like phones like this, mobile data was expensive back then, and a lot of people rely on text messages. So if you want to keep track of information, either you need to always look up it, right? Say it was like stock price, Tencent index. You just keep on checking it, right? Or you allow your text message to bombard you every single time. Like keep on having text message changes. So we think it's not a good idea. We're going to do something better. So our idea is that we're going to take this screensaver, take this wallpaper and push it become a dynamic screensaver that is actually linked to a piece of real-time information that we have about, say, that stock index. And if there's nothing happened, then you will see for example, this is the aquarium. You see these fishes, they're very calmly going along, everything's great. But if there would be a change, that your aquarium would have like these fishes just going like crazy. Then you know actually something is happening, and then you can go check out in details. So that was our idea in a nutshell. And then what we were really thinking about is in the we're actually going to have a framework of widgets or platform of widgets. Right now, we call it apps. And we're going to have our own SDK, so a lot of people can create their own widgets. So looking back, what we were trying to do is to create an app store before App Store. And so I was able to build a team, a small team of developers. We have developers, okay? And we started BP, and then we got into Hong Science Park, the incubation program. And so we thought, well, we're ready. We started. So what? And then we did. I remember our day of the office opening at Science Park, our office back then. One of our guests was Professor Charles Gao, the father of fiber optics, and he came to my office opening. And so you can really sense the kind of aspiration you have. You want to do great things and you don't want to disappoint anyone. So that's how we started, and then we really just worked day and night, day and night, and day and night, and we built a front end, we built a back end with skeletons. We had our SDK built for third-party developer usage, and in a way, I'm sure I can with Dora that it's how tough to be as an entrepreneur or as a person and stuff. Sometimes you get to a point that wasn't that healthy. I remember at some point I didn't like seeing public holidays. When I see public holidays, I'm so unhappy. Why there's so many public holidays in Hong Kong? What happened? So we have so much to do. We need to work, right? But we have great progress. But what happened is that what I didn't know is that actually we were getting to a real problem. Because we're walking into a dead end, a complete dead end. First, we need to have a version of Java to run before we can have a product on the market. Because I was working in that phone and I were able to know what should be coming. So I wanted to do it before everyone else, right? So when that comes, I'm ready, I can put them out on the market. This is called, but that version of for the mobile phone, the engine never came. So which means I don't even have the phone to run our products on. How bad is that? But and then comes along Steve Jobs' amazing announcements of a new kind of phone, the iPhone. And immediately I know there's no room that mobile Java is going to say it's just not going to make it. It's just like complete change of the so-called app world. So at that point, I was our team was still a small team but we have already 5 developers. So you can imagine you really need some way to take your team find the next step because what we do we cannot continue that direction. So really the kind of question in my mind is there a better way to build products? Is there a better way of that? Okay. Because we improve our chance of success. Statistically, most of the stuff fails. Statistically, even most of the product fails, right? And just being hardworking won't do it. we were hardworking enough, I think. So I need a better way. So what do you do when you go if you need to look for an answer?
Google it.
Of course, you Google it, right? You Google it. And this was a Google from 2007. I Googled it, and I was able to kind of see a pattern there. It's something new that I wasn't familiar with, but something new. It's a pattern for how you can create value by starting with people first. Because I was born, I'm an engineer, I started with technology. We're starting with people, I don't know what that is. And but then I see this concept of starting with people, and then eventually you can uncover their unmet needs. And this unmet need sometimes is not spoken to. They will not tell you, and they will not able to tell you. And if you do that, you figure out the opportunities. And when you have that opportunity, you have that value to build a better product. And then through some kind of impact iterations and validations, you build value, you deliver value that way. So, and then interestingly, I didn't know how to call that, or that concept, that discipline. Turns out there's a name for it, user experience. So it's kind of open up my a complete chapter of that. It's something completely different, but so connected with what I'm trying to do. And actually, at that point, no one knows what this is about. And I was I was trying to find some help from Hong Kong, but I couldn't find any. And I was fortunate to be able to reach out to a very experienced design researcher and lecturer from Carnegie Mellon Graduate School of Design called Mark Rettig. And I actually invited him to come to Hong Kong to teach us about UX and also to perhaps guide us on our own. So that was like a long time ago, and we were doing our learning, and we did a lot together to understand what is design, what is human-centric design. We went through all different things to try to understand the product you were trying to build. We have been building it for a long time, right? But we actually didn't understand what this product is trying to, what kind of problem is trying to do. We understand all the features. We know all the ins and outs of the features. But you just don't know what kind of problem it's trying to address. And so that's the eye-opening experience for us. What we ended with that learning experience is that we actually do not know who our customers are, because we were saying everyone was our customer. We don't need to know if everyone was. Turns out this is one of the worst strategies you can have when you're building a product. You need to know customer. You need to start with focus on customer. And so after that, we know we have to go back and really do UX research and understand who are the customers. And actually found something really special from our learning from our UX research. We found that we were very interested about how people communicate. And then we found that people back that time they like Facebook. Facebook was doing pretty well, but not like now. But quite a lot of people go on to Facebook, and we found that people want to connect with others, but this place is not the place to go if you still desire some sort of privacy. And then this become our insight of creating a product. So we really ask ourselves the question then, how about we create social network with privacy in mind? Would that help solve people's problem? So at the time we were still raising clock, and so we took this and run with that. We went ahead and designed and built product. Try and answer this question. Try to answer this question, this decide that we want a specific kind of customer we want to serve, and it's very different because when in product you need to make a lot of decisions, right? But now you know exactly what you're trying to solve. You can make those decisions. You know your priority. And then we were able to launch a new product. We call it Thumbdive. And it's the first privacy-focused social network. It works on your desktop and it also works on your mobile. And it looks really nice on your iPhone also. What's especially cool about Thumbdive is that it has a special feature called the sharing pool, which is essentially a group that you create to share with a friend. You can share text, you can share photos on it, and it also can connect with your we call it web service back then. So it can do automatic posting for you. So automatic posting for your album or book that you like, it will automatically post to that share group. And after we were so surprised that we actually was received very well. We were the first in Hong Kong that get the Apple Start Pick and Feature app. And I was surprised to find myself a full page press coverage. What they're saying is really put ourselves Thumbdive head-to-head with Facebook. People will like it. People can get it because we were able to address something that resonates with their needs, and this is really my first experience of how powerful UX is, and it's not just UX, but UX combined with tech can do a lot of interesting and impactful things. But the thing is that I just wish I knew it earlier. I wish I knew UX earlier. Because in 2009 I need to post on edgy and something. And again, Edgy was a self-funded startup. We didn't have any institutional investments, which means if you run out of fuel, you run out of fuel. That's it. We have a pretty, I think we have a pretty good product, but we couldn't last. And for me, it was one of the darkest moments of my life because you are saying you are going to be the person to close down the server of the product you have been doing for years, and you're going to tell me that announcement to your team members that, well, you know what, we're going to close down you're going to be at home. I mean, this is not something that you have planned for and you want to see, but there's something could happen to you, and sometimes it's just a reality. So, but interesting thing is that because of this very deep experience, I find myself changed. I find myself having this empathy for people who build tech products, especially when I see people hardworking, but trying to build a product tech first and not human first. And I would just have this pain in my mind, just the same kind of pain I had when I was spending my days doing engineering from life. I don't want them to make the same mistake. And afterwards, I was fortunate to join Mother is a digital consultancy. One of the first I have developer in Hong Kong. I was telling the founder CEO Mother Ken Long that how powerful is UX is when you do quality, you know UX, right? And Ken, there's something about Ken is that he is one of the early Googler. He is one of those people who work side by side with Larry and Sergey. That's how early he was when he was in Google. And when I talked to him about UX, he said, yes, he gets it because he sees UX is something that is a competitive environment in a tech company. And so I sign up journey, and my goal is really to not just use UX for our clients but I can put it into the company and make it become a competitive advantage. So this could be something of another talk, but what I want to tell you is that we have really great success because we have returning customers, and we are in our own in-house product. We were able to won big awards, including awards from the United Nations, and this AI smart city product has been offered to a new company also. So again, I can see that we can the power of UX. What really I want to show you with all my story is that I think life is really, you will have your ups and downs. If you are in your ups and your everything seems going fine along the way, I think you should be, you should say thank you and you should be grateful. But when you see that, or if you're right now in the valley, what I want to say to you is that you're not alone at all, and that don't lose hope. Because you will come out with a web. And after that, you will be able to use it to help many more people have your similar struggle. You can share your journey with them. You can support them. You definitely become a better person. And for those of you, if you are still thinking, yes, I'm the kind of person who wants to use tech to make the world a better place, I want it. And this book for you. The biggest risk with your product is not that it cannot be built, but it would not be used. Just remember, UX will be your friend, and I have and use it. I mean, okay, this is the end of my presentation, and I would love to connect with you all. So look for me on LinkedIn or great. Let's connect that. Right? Thank you.
So I don't want want to erode your lunchtime furthermore. So maybe we can reserve the Q&A session after the panel discussions. You will be part of it as well, right? So yeah, so let's give for you.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
And UX is very important. This afternoon we'll have a workshop about UX as well.
Don't miss the workshop.
It's really fun. So lunchtime, yeah, everyone.
Yeah, see you after lunch.
Okay, so our lunch right now, and the after session was at 2:10. Yeah, and nevertheless, we will have UX workshop for everyone. And if you want to join, please suggest. Okay, so come back in the afternoon, and we will have more workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
嗰啲嘢咩啊？你中意咯。紅貓我覺得如果你 mix 就擺喺度都擺。係啊，係。咦？我口唔位啊？有大位喎。好得嘅，不過乜嘢仲要借得走？係啊，佢
我影張相啦，我同你一齊。立子全字啊！有呢個
支持嗰度啊？係啊係啊係啊，唔該晒。
Stream 我睇下點，即係我過啲嘢，
咩係成功？上次佢哋幫我喺另外一個大有啊，阿堅哥上次係。
Women Techmakers has to offer. So, what are the benefits of being a member and why should you join? Well, here's a few. You can stay up to date with the emails and resources tailored to your interests from Women Techmakers, Google Tech Ecosystem. You can land training opportunities and special announcements. And last and mostly, you'll get the opportunity to connect with a global network of other brilliant women in tech. But that's not all. Today, we are joining forces with Google Developer Profile, an amazing platform that you can leverage to build your professional technologies and unlock new achievements. Having a dev profile not only provides personalized recommendations of learning opportunities and communities, but also showcase talents both on the platform and externally in your social media and personal sites. You've worked incredibly hard to get to where you are today. Why not showcase your skills and talents to the world? And that's why we've created a shiny new badge for membership so that you can get the best of both worlds. Anyone can join. So head over to womentechmakers.com/members to claim your badge and join our community. Join us and help create a more inclusive future for everyone in tech.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Wong, a developer relations engineer for Google. Today, I'm going to explain how to use virtual machines, serverless computing, containers, and more to run code in the lab in 60 seconds. These options range from high to highly customizable. Let's start with the highly managed. Cloud Options is a lightweight place to start, and it's designed for event-driven applications. You write code that runs in response to events like a user visiting a URL or a database update without having to manage servers, containers, or infrastructure. If you wanted to get advantage of your containers, Cloud Run is more managed, lets you develop and deploy highly scalable containerized applications in your favorite language on a serverless platform. It's useful for synchronous, event-driven applications and microservices. For more customized control, GKE runs Kubernetes on a managed cluster of virtual machines that allow you to control the lifecycle of your containers, including exposing them to clients, auto-scaling, machine type, and monitoring. The most customizable option is Compute Engine. Compute Engine gives you more responsibility to manage and customize your computing resources like a custom OS image, but you do get the most flexibility to run anything on it. So there you have it, an overview of several different ways you can run code on Google Cloud, ranging from highly managed to highly customizable. Check out the links below to learn more, and don't forget to subscribe to the Women Techmaker channel. I can't wait to see what you build with Google Cloud.
Hi, I'm manager here at Google, work
Hong Kong, okay? Because there are so many different, the same title Facebook page, but with different, I mean, like China or Taiwan. So make sure you find it's Hong Kong. So our afternoon session will officially start at 2:20.
2:10.
2:10, so 2:10. So you can have some photo time, some relax time right now, and also you can follow our Facebook page. Thank you.这个是因为刚刚有人问我关于我们的 Facebook page， 然后这个是我们官方的一个 Facebook page。So just for your guys' reference, this is our official Facebook page. Thank you. And in Hong Kong, the buildings are always It's actually a way to save energy. Yeah. Sorry? They claim that it's a way to save energy as opposed to waste energy to cooling the ecosystem, cooling the AC.
How it just helps to save energy?
Save energy. I don't know actually.
I mean, they actually use energy to
if you're below like 20 degrees or 80 degrees, that saves more energy.
I think I'm oppositely because they are just trying to. If you make any difference, then you still consume energy, right?
Yeah.
So then I don't think that they're really helping. So what is your name?
Huh?
What is your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Amanda.
Amanda.
Yeah.
So are you a Google staff?
No,
So you're just for today?
I'm just one of the organizers
Yeah,
and
organizer.
ambassador for Women Techmakers. Yeah.
It's a good event actually. It's a lot of nice upbringing for the people who are just come. It's a good initiative.
Yeah, really, really good that you like it.
Yeah. Because we feel more safe when we see.
Instead of Women Techmakers, independent institution, it's not belong.
It's sponsored by Google. Yeah, it was founded by Google as one of the initiative to promote women with disability, but the organizers and the community is actually Yeah, volunteer.
And welcome to join us. It's not just today's event. We're supposed to have like quarterly meetups or things like that. So it will be great that you guys want to help out.
Yeah, sure.
So hopefully you all had a good lunch. It's raining. It's raining, hailing outside.
Hi guys, so our Facebook page is Women Techmakers Hong Kong. It's not Google Hong Kong, okay? It's different page. Thank you.
Yeah, we also have a link in.
We also have LinkedIn. Yeah, you're definitely welcome to follow us. We will share the videos, photos, and the latest information for the coming events on the Facebook and LinkedIn.
It's your lady. 揾你嘅就係。
更加實嘅，
係咯。
我都係，我就等 delete 個 account，我一日已經 end 我 delete 個 account 嘅。喂。
我自己係喺間 startup 入面嘅，我都係轉咗行，即係完全開咗 IT。但我之前都唔係咗 finance， 真係一個。
Hi, Kristen. Can you
try to speak a few words and see whether the
audio is working right?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Great.
Yeah, I think
the audience is coming back to their seats, and we will start in a few minutes. I just
tell you when
it's ready.
Sure, sounds good.
So we will have breaks and outside. So during the break time, you can take some if you want. It's all free. It's all free. Yeah. That's a big point.
Kristen, if you want to show your face, you can also join the StreamYard link and turn on your camera, but not your microphone. Okay. Kristen, can you actually also turn on the camera on Google Meet and see how it works?
Yeah, my camera is on.
Oh, okay. Let me pin you. Oh, OK 咪啊？OK 啦嘛？出邊 clear 晒啦。哦，好啊，你嚟，你開場吧。什麼 Kristen Kristen
Okay, welcome back. So our afternoon session will start right now. The first speaker is come from Google as well, and she will share some interview skills. If you want to join the Google company, maybe this is a good chance. Okay.
So Kristen, I hand over the time to you.
So it's your time now.
All right. Hello, everybody. Excited to be here today with you and talking about technical interviews. So maybe first I will just give a short introduction about myself. So as you might be able to tell from my accent, I'm not originally from Singapore, but I'm from the US, from California. And that's where my journey in computer science started. So that's where I started learning about coding when I was in just only in university actually. So it was really just in university that I started my journey in computer science. So at first it was very intimidating for me. I think I definitely found the concepts quite challenging the first few years that I was studying. But then I found just a good group of friends and fellow students. So we studied together and learned together, and that really helped me to be successful. So during that time, I also did 2 internships at Google, and after graduation, I joined Google full time. So I've been at Google now for about 4.5 years, and yeah, most recently I've been working on Google Maps on the public transportation features within Google Maps. So yeah, that's a little bit about my background, and then I thought I would share a little bit about my interviewing journey as well, since we're talking about interviews. So my interviewing journey started a little bit like this. So I was preparing for interviews with some of my friends that were also doing interviews, and spent a lot of time kind of looking through practice questions, trying to figure out what's going on, comparing our answers to things and things like that. And yeah, now that I am at Google, I've been on the other side of this. So I've been the one conducting the interviews. So I've done over 90 interviews now, I guess. And yeah, just been a really great learning opportunity. And so I'm really excited to share some of my tips and tricks from what I see from conducting these interviews. So now I would love to know a little bit more about you, all of you that are in the room or on the live stream. So I've prepared this Slido link here. So if everyone can just scan this QR code using your phone, just take some time to do that, or you can go to slido.com and enter in that number there. So when you get there, you should see a poll which will ask you what comes to your mind when you think about technical interviews.
Let's see, problem solving, coding. Hard skills, debugging. Scary, yeah. All right, this is awesome. So this is covering a lot of topics that we will go through today. Um, so um, yeah, I guess people are also entering the number here for the for the Slido. All right, yeah, I'm going to close out this poll. So this Slido link we're going to continue to use throughout the presentation. So you can just stay on there, and then when we have different questions, you can pull it up again. And also, if you have any questions for me that come up as you're listening to the talk, you can just enter them there. So we'll have a time for Q&A at the end as well. So feel free to put things in there in the meantime. So this is a little overview of what we're going to go through today. So first, we'll talk through kind of what I mean by technical interviews, why do we do technical interviews, how to prepare for the interview, what to do during the interview, and then we'll have some time to go through a practice interview question as well, briefly. So yeah, looking forward to going through all of this. So first, what are technical interviews? So when I'm talking about technical interviews, it's mainly an assessment of your technical abilities, right? So some of you were mentioning about hard skills, coding, things like that. So I found that these three aspects tend to be the most commonly tested things in technical interviews. So data structures and algorithms, coding, as well as collaboration. And this may vary a little bit depending on the company as well. So in this talk, it's mainly focusing on like a more common structure of technical interviews that is often done by the big tech companies. But you will find like variations of this at other companies depending what skills they're interviewing for, and hopefully some of these tips can be useful in other contexts too. So I'm just going to briefly go over what some of the topics can include. This is not really exhaustive, so you know, you can probably find lists like these online as well, but just gonna go through some of them that you may have heard of or be familiar with. So you know, things like binary search, tree traversal, linked lists, stacks, queues, heaps, dynamic programming, recursion, different search algorithms and graphs, as well as sometimes domain-specific knowledge. So if you're interviewing for a particular type of role, then you might need to know something specific to that role. And this is not exhaustive, so there could be more things as well. For coding, there's some basic things that you should know in whichever language that you're choosing. So things like how to define a class, how to define a method, standard library functions and data structures, exception handling, I/O, string manipulations, and memory management, if that is applicable. And again, domain-specific knowledge as well. And then as far as collaboration is concerned, so this is something that comes up for live technical interviews where you're interacting with an interviewer. So interviewers may be paying attention to how you are understanding the problem, how you're clarifying any misunderstandings, how are you articulating your solution? Can you iterate on your approach and maybe improve it? and also how responsive you are to feedback. And technical interviews are generally part of the typical interview process for software engineers, but they may be used for other roles as well. And usually there will be multiple rounds of these. This chart here is a more typical Google interview process. Other companies may have something similar here. And usually there will be maybe like 1 or 2 interviews for internship, or maybe 4 to 5 for a full-time position. All right, so why do we do technical interviews? So it's mainly to determine the fit, right? So interviewers are looking for technically competent and collaborative candidates. And that means technically competent for whichever role you're looking at specifically, and mainly looking at all the dimensions that I mentioned earlier. But it's also an opportunity for the interviewee to determine if the company is a good fit for them as well. So it's a good time also to ask about the company's values and goals, and anything that that you want to know about whether the company might be a good fit for you. All right, so moving on onto how to prepare for the interview. So the first step is choosing a language. So probably you have one language that you're most familiar with, and that's probably the one that you should stick with. Some people will try to learn a new language just for interviewing because they think that, oh, maybe if I use this language, it's going to be easier. That might be possible, but it's probably a lot of effort to learn a new language. So it's probably best to just stick with whichever one you're competent in, or if the company requires you to prepare for interviews in a specific language, then you will prepare for that one. And the next step would be to review the key topics. So a lot of these would be things that you could learn in a data structures and algorithms class, or you can find resources on these topics online. So it's good to just kind of go through and make sure you have a good understanding of these concepts, as well as, so this includes the coding constructs as well as data structures and algorithms. Then the next thing to do would be to practice questions online. So some of you mentioned LeetCode. That's a great resource. There are many good free resources online for you to practice, which you might already be familiar with. And yeah, you can as well consider trying to do some mock interviews. So this was something that I personally found really helpful in my interview preparation process, because sometimes when you do problems on LeetCode or other websites, you don't get practice in talking out loud while you're coding or explaining your solution to somebody. So it's really helpful to do mock interviews as well. And you can do this with just a friend or a group of friends or colleagues, or anyone that is also interviewing or knows how to interview. And then you can take turns being the interviewer and the interviewee. So you can use a question maybe from LeetCode or something, and talk through how you would approach it. And for the one who is the interviewer, they can ask you more follow-up questions and things like that. So yeah, you can really practice your collaboration skills here, including clarifying the question, explaining your solution, talking while coding, and analyzing your solution. So these things may not be something that you're practicing when you're doing LeetCode or on those other websites. So it's really, really important that you get at least 1 or 2 of these in if you can, and just find a buddy that you can practice with. And then this is really the first step that you should do. But this creating a preparation plan will be something that you can incorporate all of the previous steps into and basically create a plan for yourself about how you're going to go about preparing for the interview. So usually I would say aim for consistent effort over at least 3 to 4 weeks. A lot of people would take at least a few months to really prepare. It kind of depends how much time you have to dedicate to it. But it's definitely something that requires some amount of effort. And a lot of times the reason why people may not pass the interview is because they haven't had adequate preparation, and that is something that is fully preventable in a sense. Like you can set aside consistent time and prepare and make sure you know the concepts. So it's just something that requires consistent effort. And yeah, you can set goals for yourself, like how many problems that you want to try to solve in a day or a week, as you're leading up to interviews. So now moving on to during the interview. So these are some tips for kind of as you're going through the interview, things to be thinking about. So the first thing that happens in the interview is that you will get asked the question, right? And so for you, the first thing you can do is make sure that you really understand the problem well. So before you start thinking, how do I solve this? Take some time to really clarify the problem. And what this looks like, you can ask some questions like, could you give an example? You know, what's the possible set of values for each input? How should invalid input be handled? How often will each operation be called? So these are just some example questions, and it will really vary depending on the question that you get. But it's really important to spend some time at this stage to just make sure that you and the interviewer are on the same page about what the problem is, you know, what the input is, what the expected output is, and all of those things. So this will save you a lot of time later on, because if you didn't understand the question properly and then you solve something else, then you will have to redo it later at the end. So it's really good to spend some time here. And after that, then you go into determining your solution. So the most common thing that I see here is a lot of candidates will tend to just like come up with a solution on their own, but then they're just silent for maybe 5 minutes or more, just thinking and coming up with the solution in their head. But the problem with this is that the interviewer has no idea what you are thinking or what you are doing during that time. And so this is also why it's really good to do mock interviews, so that you can practice this, because it's often challenging to talk while you're thinking about the solution as well. But it's really important that you kind of show the interviewer your thought process, not just your final solution. So often it can also be helpful here to type out your solution idea in words or pseudocode, or try to use some diagrams or examples to illustrate what you're thinking about and how you are approaching it. And this also really helps for the interviewer to see maybe if you didn't fully understand the question or you made some assumption that isn't true, then the interviewer can help to clarify at this point and say, oh, actually, you know, you don't need to worry about this case or something like that. So that will also help you. And also, you don't need to worry about if maybe your first idea is not correct, or so you say something wrong here. That's actually okay. It's more about seeing your thought process over time and kind of how you're able to evolve your approach. So even if you feel like, oh, I'm not super confident about the answer yet, you can still say what you're thinking about, and that will help the interviewer to also direct you or guide you as necessary. Yeah, and also here, as you're determining your solution, it's really important to voice out any assumptions that you're making along the way. So maybe the question has something to do with strings, and you're assuming that all of the inputs are only letters. But maybe the interviewer doesn't assume that. So it's good to just clarify and say what assumptions that you're making along the way. And sometimes you may want to make some assumptions to just make the problem easier to solve. So you can say that, you know, I'm going to assume this for now, but maybe after I solve the solution with this assumption, then I can try to solve it without the assumption as well. So after you have determined your solution, then you're going to jump into writing the code. So it's important that you have some idea of your solution before you start writing code usually, because that will save you some time. Usually it's easier to describe your idea in words or in diagrams faster than writing code. So that means that you can find a lot of issues with your solution before you even start writing the code. Then when you write the code, it will be more accurate. And just some tips for when you're writing the code. So use meaningful variable names, proper syntax, and use helper methods to structure if that's helpful. So in general, it's not super important that your code is perfect or can be compiled, or that you remembered everything exactly. But it is important that the interviewer understands what you're trying to do with the code. And so that's where variable names become important. And you can also talk out loud as you're coding to kind of explain what you're doing as you're doing it. So then after you have written your code and you think, okay, this is the solution, I got it, you're gonna wanna make sure that you test your code after that. So what this looks like in an interview is that often you will walk through an example input, and walk through your code at each step and see what your code does and make sure that it performs as expected. You're also going to want to check for edge cases here. And this is a good time to handle any edge cases if you realize that you didn't in your initial solution. And try to have some tests that will cover all possible code paths. So if you have like an if statement and an else statement, have a test case that one of the test cases goes through the first branch and the other goes through the second branch, so that you know that you're covering all possible code paths. And you may not have time to actually run through a lot of different test cases, probably only one, but you can also say, you know, these are the possible cases that I would like to test in order to see whether my code is working. And another way to look at this is think about what could break your solution. Is there any inputs that someone could put into your solution that would cause it to break or not run? And then after that, so you've tested your code, you think that it works. Then after that, you're going to want to discuss the algorithmic complexity of your solution. So this includes both the space and time complexity. And you're going to want to be able to distinguish between amortized and worst case runtimes. So this is where it's also important that you know the space and time complexity associated with the standard library functions that you're using. So even though you're not implementing them, like for example, if you're using an array, you need to know what is the runtime time complexity for if you're accessing an element in the array in your chosen language. So make sure that that's something that you're prepared for. And once you have the space and time complexity for your solution, you're going to want to think about alternative implementations or improvements. So there might be ways that you can improve the time complexity, but then you will use more space. So that's a good trade-off to be able to describe and point out. But it's also important to know where you can't make improvements. So, for example, if there is some sorting question about sorting elements in an array, you know, at minimum, you will need to go through all of the elements at least once. So there's no way that you could get something that is smaller than O of n in that sense. So there's many other problems like that where there's some fundamental limitation where you know there's no way you can get better than that. So even if the interviewer asks you, is there a better way to do it? There might not always be. So just you can think through what the constraints of the problem are in that case. And this slide is here. So if you ever feel like you're stuck in an interview, this happens very often. And sometimes you even know the answer, but you're just kind of having a brain freeze, or you know, you're nervous, so that makes things difficult. So these are some strategies that you can use if you find yourself in this situation. So one approach is to go with the most naive solution first before trying to optimize. So sometimes I see candidates get stuck with, you know, they have this grand idea about how they're going to solve the problem, but they can't really figure out how it works. But there's actually a much easier solution, even though it's not the most optimal. So if you find yourself in that situation, just get the code done for the naive solution first, the easy solution first, and then you can move on to trying to optimize. Yeah, so that's one way to get unstuck. Another way is to see if you can solve a simpler version of the problem first. Maybe making some assumptions. So, you know, maybe your method is supposed to take in all integers, but you say, I can just solve it for positive integers first. So if you're able to solve it for a simpler version of the problem, that might be able to help you solve the whole problem at the end. Another strategy is that you can just start outlining your solution in code. So you know you will have to write a method definition. You know kind of overall what steps you need to take. So you can write down the overall structure of the code and maybe put in some empty helper methods for the parts that you don't know how to solve. So that way it's clear that at least you know the overall structure of your solution. You just don't know this one piece. And with that, it's important to explain to your interviewer what part you understand and what part you're struggling with. And this is really important because oftentimes when I see candidates get stuck, maybe they will just be silent, and then for me as an interviewer, I actually don't know if they know anything at all. So the only thing I have to go off of is that they are not saying anything. So it's actually really helpful to explain what you know and what you don't know. And there are certain questions where there might be some tricky parts where the interviewer might expect that you might struggle with certain things and might need some pointers. But if you don't kind of explain like which part is the part that you are stuck on, then it's hard for them to know, are you stuck on the whole question, or is it this specific tricky part? And that will affect the way that they can then evaluate you. So yeah, so definitely don't be afraid to speak up and explain these things. Even if you are struggling, that doesn't mean that you will not pass the interview. Sometimes it's you just are nervous, and then if you get a quick pointer about one specific thing that you're missing, then you're able to solve it. All right, so that was all of the tips that I had. So now we're gonna move on to a time of walking through a practice question. So this is where we'll be going back to the Slido for a few questions to you. But first, I will walk through the question that we're going to go through. And if you want, if you have like a piece of paper or a laptop or even just on your phone, you can feel free to jot down some solutions as we're talking through the question or thoughts on kind of how you would approach this. So this is the question that we are going to walk through. So this question is to implement a data structure that supports the following two operations. So the first one is adding an item to the data structure, and the second one is pop random, which removes a random item from the data structure. So I will go through some examples of how this will look like. So if you imagine that this cylinder here is our data structure, if I call add of 12 on it, then 12 should go into the data structure. If I call add of 50, 50 will go in, same for 42. And now if I call pop random, it will pop a random item from this data structure and return it. So in this case, 42. So now we're gonna pause here and think about what are some clarifying questions that you could ask. So this will be on the Slido. So if you have the Slido pulled up from the beginning, if not, I will put it back on the screen. Let's go. Here. And I guess you can't see the the question now. Let me go back. So I see one good question. Will the last one in be the first one out according to the example? So for that question, it's not guaranteed to be the case. So it's the pop random function will remove a random item. Does anyone else have any clarifying questions for this?
Or anyone can just shout if you have.
Is there specific rules that the system needs to define when adding a new item? Not in particular, no. So as long as pop random will work after you add a new item, that's all you need to do. All right. Any other? Oh, there we go. One more. How large is the data set going to be? So that's a good question. I think for the purposes of this question, we can assume that the data set would be small enough to fit within memory. So it's not going to require you to use any other external databases or anything like that. I see one more person typing, so maybe I will wait for that one.
Maybe I can ask one as well.
Yeah.
Is the data structure going to be a structured data or unstructured data?
It's you can use whatever kind of data structure that you would like, but basically the data that comes in will just be integers, like in the example.
Are there any other requirements other than add and remove?
No. So add and pop random are the two methods. And I see a question here. Is there a min max limit in terms of data numbers? No, so it will just be constrained by whatever data type you use to represent numbers, and that's okay. All right. These are great clarifying questions. So thanks for all of the questions. And now we can move on to thinking through the solution. So in general, for a data structure question like this, you're going to define a class, right, that has these two methods, add and pop random. And so you have to think of inside that class, what data structure do you want to use to hold the data? And that will be the one that you can use to implement the required operations. And for this problem, as with many data structure problems, there are usually several possible solutions. So if you have time, you can come up with multiple and compare them, or you can just think through one first and go from there. So thinking of the solution, I'm just going to go to the next Slido question here, which is, what data structures could you use to solve this question? I can share this tab so you can look at the question again. I see someone says list, someone says stack. array, yes. Any other ideas? So yeah, array and list are good ideas. I think for stack, I would have to see how you would implement removing a random element, because I think it would be easy to remove the element based on the pop function for a stack, but that's not a random element. So yeah, I would have to think through how you would solve the random element part of it. So what we'll do now is we'll walk through how you might solve this using an array or a list. And I'm going to be using Java for this, but you could be using any language of your choice that that you're familiar with. So you would just use the data structures in that language. So Java has an array list class, and how we could implement the add and pop random methods using an array list is that for add, we can just append to the end of the list. And then for pop random, we can use a random number generator to generate an element according to the size of the list, and then remove the element that is at that particular position. So then when we go to analyze the time and space complexity of this, if we want to add an element to the end of the list, that should be O of 1, so that's as good as it can get. But for pop random, if we use the array list built-in remove method, it's actually O of n, because as you can see in this diagram of a possible array, if we want to remove 23, we can't just remove 23 and leave it empty. It will actually need to shift all of the elements after it one back. So that is why the array list remove method is O of n. So there's a question about, is there another way that we can solve this that maybe has a better time complexity for pop random? So another approach that we could use is to use an order statistics tree. So basically a balanced binary search tree that would allow us to query the cape node in the tree. So that would be what would enable us to, so when we add an element, we would do that in O of log n to place the element in the correct part of the tree. And then we would also need O of log n for removing. So this one would be worse for add, but it would be better for remove because it's O of log n instead of O of n. So that's another solution we could consider. And then the last solution I'll go through here is to consider, do we really need to have O of n time when we remove from an array? So as we saw previously, the reason that it's O of n is because you have to shift all the other elements back one. But for this question, we don't actually care about the order of the elements. And so a cool trick that we can use here is that we can actually, instead of shifting all the elements back, we can take the last element at the end of the array and move it to the position of the element that we removed. So that way we don't have to shift all of the other elements using the array list remove method. All right, so that brings the solution part to an end. So I have some code for the solution here in Java. that I will just quickly walk through. And this solution actually uses an array that has manual size management. So this will really ensure that the size of the object is kept to a minimum. So the class is a bag, which is basically a bag of integers, right? And you can put things into it and you can pull out a random one. And the initial size of the bag is put at 20, and we have a random number generator there. And then you see for the add method, we'll check the current size and see if we need to resize the bag. Otherwise, we will just assign the last element in the array to the item and increase the size. And then for pop random, this should be pop random. We will check, get a random integer, and then get the element from the list at that index, adjust the size, and we can even make the size of the bag smaller at that point if needed. And this is just the resize method, which will basically allocate extra memory or reduce the memory needed for the list. All right, so that is all that I had prepared for our talk today. But I would love to spend a bit of time, if we have some time now, for just general Q&A about technical interviews. Any questions that you would like to know, feel free to drop that in the Slido. So I see we have one question here already, but feel free to drop in some other questions while I answer this one. So this question is, what is your view of how development and perhaps technical interviews would evolve as AI Copilot becomes commonplace? Yeah, so definitely AI has made big leaps in terms of coding, and I think there's been a lot of talk about how AI can actually solve technical interviews in a way that you know, might be actually better than or as good as many real candidates. So this is definitely makes it challenging for companies also to know whether somebody is cheating or not on the interview or something like that, right? But yeah, I think that, like, the part of the interview that is more challenging to capture is both kind of the thought process to get to the solution, as well as analyzing the solution and coming up with alternatives. So at the moment, I think I've seen like ChatGPT and other AI that generate code, they will often make some errors even in their solutions. And beyond that, if you ask them to improve on certain things, they may not always come up with the right answer either. Or they may not be able to kind of draw links between certain concepts. So I think, like, there's definitely still a place for like software engineers in terms of like putting the pieces together and making links between different concepts, especially in terms of things like security and privacy. So like those kind of aspects are things that AI may have difficulty with, and a company may not feel comfortable leaving those things to AI. So while it can be a useful assistant for kind of generating code snippets and things like that, I think like the role of a developer will still be there for reviewing that, as well as ensuring that the code meets the quality benchmark that is set by the company, especially for things like privacy and security. So that would be some of my thoughts. I think that kind of goes to the next question as well, on thoughts on Chat GPT. But yeah, great question, and I think it's definitely still evolving. So I'm also curious and watching the space to see kind of how things evolve in this way. Any other questions? How to prepare for general cognitive ability questions for the interview. Yes, so general cognitive ability questions, I would say that one is depending on the company. So like actually Google doesn't really ask like general cognitive ability questions, so I actually don't have as much experience with that. But I would say in general, probably you can find example questions online, look for what things that companies often ask on these type of questions, especially for the particular company that you're looking at. And yeah, I would just say probably do various practice questions and things like that to get a sense for whether you are prepared. All right, there's another question. Do you think this kind of AI technology will bring a great challenge for data analytics? I'm curious, like if whoever wrote this, like, do you have any examples or like specific challenges that you're thinking of? I think like in a way, like it can be very helpful for data analytics in terms of like coming up with code to query databases or things like that. Yeah, so maybe I'm missing something about what the question is referring to, but feel free to clarify, submit another question and clarify if you have a specific challenge you're curious about.
Anyone wanting to join Google?
Wow.
Any suggestions for technical product manager interview preparing? Yeah, so that one I'm also not super familiar because I'm a software engineer, not a product manager. But I would say that most technical product manager interviews will include probably like at least one technical interview as part of it. So like I think the things in this talk would apply for that portion of the interview, but usually they will cover additional things as well. Again, I think probably you can do research online as well about like what types of questions that they would cover. And I see someone else is asking, should I be more familiar with Java or other object-oriented languages if I would like to do software development? Yeah, so I think that definitely depends on like the role and what your what kind of job that you're applying for. I would say like if you're going to be building like web applications or mobile applications or servers or things like that, you will generally need to know some kind of object-oriented language. But like if you're more on the data analytics side, you may not need to know as much like object-oriented programming. So it kind of depends on the role. And someone asks, Can you share with us one of the most interesting problems you've asked in a technical interview? So unfortunately, I can't share the exact problems that I asked because that is confidential. But I can say there's quite a few interesting questions like on various websites. Like if you if you look up like Google interview questions or something like that. So usually when we see that someone has posted about a question online, then we will remove that from our database. So it doesn't mean you will come up with it, but you can, you can see what questions are out there, and then, yeah, have some practice. Does Google have a training plan for new IT graduates? So Google has internships, and so that is one way to do some training, as well as like training on the job for software development roles. There are other like certificate programs and things like that for specific disciplines. Like there's a UX certificate and things like that. But generally, I would recommend going to careers.google.com, and that's where you can find out more about various programs for Google. There's also a specific page for students under that where you can see like particular programs for students. Okay, and then the question about AI and data analytics. So this question is about, like, for example, if you collected some data and you let AI tech to analyze the relationship among them or predict the tendency. Yeah, so in general, I think it's definitely at this point still quite important for human involvement in especially for things like data analytics, but also for coding and software development, things like security and privacy. There might be ways in which, like, we see many times how it's the AI tech is not always correct, right? And so there are certain things that as a business you would need it to be correct 100% of the time. Like if you have a security compromise, like that's not acceptable. And similarly, if you use AI for data analytics, like if it's correct and it tells you something good, then that's good. But I think for now, it's still quite important to have a human in the picture to actually see whether that is correct or not. And it's more of an assistant than it is like kind of fully taking over like the role of a data analyst, I would say. All right, I think this will probably be the last question because I think we are probably short on time here. But someone is asking, can you please share some value that you have got from Google? Yeah, I mean, I think I've learned a lot at Google about kind of building applications that will reach many people. So like the applications that we build at Google are often reaching millions of users. So for example, like Google Maps. And I think it's very interesting for me to learn like what are the challenges of building software that goes all over the world in all different countries. And also, how do you build infrastructure that can handle millions of people making requests to your servers and things like that. So I think all of that has been really interesting, as well as even just figuring out how to enable like hundreds of engineers to actually contribute to the same application code base. So like Google Maps, even just the iPhone app has like hundreds of engineers working on it. So it's quite interesting for me to see like how we can make that work, and without kind of having a bunch of crashes all the time, or every update there's new bugs and things like that. So that's been quite interesting for me. All right, with that, I will hand over the time to the next speaker, but thank you so much for having me, and all the best for your interview journey.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kristen.
All right.
And yeah, and good luck applying Google.
Yes.
So for the next speaker, we have Lan. Hello. Let me pin you.
Hi, Amanda.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
You can share your slides.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we just had a great session from Kristen about technical interview, but obviously tech industry is more than that, more than just coding. And I believe, Lan, you have some great experiences to share about your career journey. Pass the time to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lan, or I usually introduce myself as Local Area Network. I am currently a solutions engineer with Google based in Singapore. Today, I'm very excited to be here and share with you about my experience. I have been in the tech industry for 5 years, 3 of which are with Google. And there are a lot of like career paths within the tech industry that I did not know until I got inside the tech industry. So really excited to be here and share with you about my learning throughout the 5 years that I have been here. So yeah, so my session is gonna be 20 minutes. So I'm gonna introduce about the SaaS, software as a service, the life cycle of SaaS, and what are some of the technical roles that go align with the cycle. And finally, just want to share a little bit about my journey and how I transitioned into tech from a sales background. So I just made that real quick. So if you have any questions during my presentation, please feel free to like put the questions inside this slido.com as well. And I will get back at you at the end of the session. All right, let's first talk about SaaS. What is SaaS? So SaaS is software as a service. So you may think that, wow, this is so strange. I never heard of it. But actually, we as a consumer, we actually use SaaS on our daily life. For example, I pay $15 every month so that I can listen to music using Spotify. I pay Netflix $20 to like watch movies. Or whenever I want to take a taxi, then I would order a taxi from Uber. So these companies are actually providing their solutions, their software as a service to the end users who are the end consumer, like the regular consumer like us. So now let's just take a little a step back and think more about how does it translate into the enterprise, like the big company scope. So anyone here is using Gmail with your university or company? Yes. Okay, so when we think about SaaS, a lot of companies right now are using, for example, Google Workspace like Gmail. So even though we are the consumer, like we are the end users of the service, but the actual person that are paying for the service at the company or the big enterprise. So in this case, a SaaS this is usually called B2B SaaS. So for example, Google is offering Gmail and Google Drive and Google Meet, Google Photos to your company as a service. And your company is paying Google so that the end users, which are the employees of the company, can use the service. So here we have Google Workspace for the companies. We also have Salesforce for people who are working with customers, Zendesk, who are the customer support person. So these are the end users of the service are the regular business users. However, we do have a separate like SaaS category for the developers. For example, if you are using Google Cloud and you are a developer or an engineer within your company, then these are also considered like B2B SaaS, but for more of a technical end users background. So now, hopefully you are more familiar with SaaS. Now, let's take another step back and think about like, how do you actually use, how do you get started on using this product from the first stage? Like, how did your company decide to use Google or Gmail and let you, the end employees, to use the service from the beginning with? That, I'm going to talk about the life cycle. So from the moment that the company is for example, talking with Google to the actual moment when your company is finally letting you using Gmail, for example. So I will say that there are 4 stages in the SaaS cycle. The proof of concept are usually called POC, usually the sales cycle, the building stage, the launching stage, and the growing stage. Now we're just going to talk a little bit more in details about each of the stage and what role are involved in these phrases. First of all, let's talk about the POC, proof of concept, or usually the sales cycle. So from this moment on, the 2 companies are totally unrelated to each other. So I'm Google and I'm trying to sell Gmail to your company. So we don't have any contract yet, so we are totally strangers, right? So at this stage, the biggest concern for your company is probably like, so how is Gmail different than the competitors? Like, how is it better or different than Slack or Microsoft Teams or any other like internal communication tool? So that's the first question. The second question is like, how exactly does my product, Gmail, add to the business needs or the technical need of your company? So usually on this stage, the sales team are involved in this process. In the sales team, we have 2 main roles. The first one is the sales engineer and the technical sales, or as known as technical sales and solutions engineer. And the second role is usually account manager and account executive. So the sales engineer is responsible for responding to the technical questions from the other company. They may be sometime building the demo to show to the company about how the product actually being used in practice. And the account manager is usually responsible for example, finding prospective clients, maintaining the relationship, negotiation with like signing a new contract. So these are the 2 main roles in the first stage of a SaaS cycle. The end goal of this phrase is hopefully that you and I, we have a relationship and the company is finally signing a contract, and now the company is finally becoming a customers of Google. So in the second stage, building. So after the first stage, we now agree to use the products, but how do we actually integrate, for example, Gmail into the existing system that the company is currently using? Or how do Gmail, can it be customized to fit more to the use case of the customers? So usually in this stage, we have the professional service team, as known as PS. So similarly to the first stage, we have 2 main roles, technical consultant, or as known as technical engineer or solutions engineer. And the second role is engagement manager. So technical consultant will be responsible for the actual coding and implementation of the product into the customer side. And the engagement manager will be responsible for maintaining contact with the customers. And sometimes in some cases where when the product is very big, we do have to hire like third-party vendor. So the engagement manager will also be responsible for like managing the relationship with the third-party vendor as well. So the end goal of this phrase is hopefully we can successfully integrate the product from my side into the customer side. Now that we have the product already, then the next stage is actually launching the product and having the end users actually using the product itself. So the biggest concern in this stage is actually like, how do the customers use the products without any issues? So the main role in this stage is usually the technical support team, where they will help to like debugging and troubleshooting any issues or any bugs that the customer may encounter while using the product. The technical support team, they may fix the bugs, or they may have to coordinate with the engineering team and the product team in order to fix the customer issue. And finally, the growth stage. So for SaaS, usually for the SaaS model, we don't have a fixed price for the contract. For example, we don't say that you pay me $1 million and you can use my product for 10 years. Usually for SaaS, it's based on a renewal contract. So the renewal contract is usually signed every 3 months or every 6 months. It's similar to Spotify. Like if I want to use Spotify, I keep paying it every month. But if I don't want to use Spotify anymore, then I stop paying, and there should be no penalty to me as the end users. So similarly, in this model, this is why the growth stage is very critical into the business model as well. So as Google, for example, I want my customers to be happy. I want more of the end users on the customer side to use my product, so that I can charge more. Because usually in the SaaS model, the companies usually charge the end users based on the number of end users and the number of the usage from the customer side. So I want to make them happy. So in this stage, we have the customer success team. So these teams are actually doing tasks like running data analysis, so they can see the trend of like, for example, is the end users, the number of users are consistent, are they increasing or decreasing? And they're talking to the customers to understand more about a use case. And if, for example, if customers have any like feature requests, then the customer success team will bring back these ideas to the engineering team, so that the product and engineering team can consider building these features natively in the product in the next cycle. So hopefully we talk a little bit more about the 4 stages of the life cycle. So now I just want to take another step back and talk about, so what are the actual technical roles within these cycles? Since most of the SaaS products are usually technical, for example, with Google Cloud, the end users, the developers themselves, so they require a little bit of technical barrier to get these jobs. So this is the framework that I actually came up with. The title may be different from one company to another company. So I just want you to like pay a little bit more notice into like what actual like SaaS life cycle that's the role fits into. So my framework is, I put the hard skills on the vertical side. So the hard skill may include like the technical knowledge, the coding, the troubleshooting, the implementation of the product. And on the horizontal side, I have the soft skills, which are the communications to the customers, the client management, the understanding of the business that the customer is currently having. So with that being said, I kind of like put down the 4 main like customer facing engineering roles inside this matrix. First one, we have support engineer. So support engineer, I put it the highest at the harding skills because it requires kind of like a variety of the understanding of a variety of topic in technical. Like in my previous job as a support engineer, I had to understand about like database, networking, authentication, servers, cloud, performance. So like it requires a lot of like different topics in technology, and also require like coding and troubleshooting and debugging for the customer side as well. And sometimes we actually have to read the code base in order to like identify what code is causing this issue for the customer. For soft skills, it's not quite as much because the end users we are communicating to are the developers themselves. So there's not a lot of restriction in the kind of like business requirements when talking to like developers. So that's why I put it a little bit less on the soft skills. The next role we have is a solutions engineer, and usually on the post-sale process, so on the implementation side. So this is my current role. It requires a little bit, I put it a little bit lesser than in support engineer, because with solutions engineer, the requirements for technical knowledge is more specific. So I am in advertising right now, so I don't have to understand about like payment, so that like narrow down the scope a little bit. But this role also requires a lot of coding and doing like implementation for the customer as well. For soft skills, it requires a little bit more than support engineer, because I talk to the developers, but I also talk to business unit from the customer side as well to understand like why do the business unit need this feature in order to build it. The next position is sales engineer. The sales engineer sales positions, of course, it requires a lot of like communications and persuasion with the customers. For the hard skills, it's a little bit less because most of the time you were just building like demo and proof of concept. Doesn't need to touch the code base that much in relation like to these two other roles. Finally, we have a customer success manager, usually post-sales. So this role requires a lot of like communication and negotiation skills with the customer with the goal that the customer should sign or renew the contract with us next year. For coding, it doesn't require that much because you only need to like understand the product, and then you can just talk back to the engineering and product team later on. Yeah, so I'm just gonna share a little bit about my journey. So I actually started in my career in tech 5 years ago as an account manager. I was selling a AI software for image recognition. I enjoyed the job because I could talk to a lot of people, but at that time I didn't have the knowledge in like tech, so I felt that I was not confident enough to be able to like talk to the clients. So that's why I decided that I wanted to become more technical in my role. That's why I jumped straight to like a support engineer. Support engineer, in my experience, is not that difficult to get because most of the time it's entry level. You just need to have like basic understanding of IT, and then most of the knowledge of the product is actually on the job training. You cannot fully prepare for this position. It was quite tough. So then I was doing support engineering for like 2.5 years. It was quite tough because I had to like study a lot of different topics, but it's also a very exciting job. It feels at most like consulting, like every single day you have a new problem in a new different domain. Today I work on database and tomorrow I work on authentication. So if you like a job that gives you a lot of like flexibility and variety of topics, then maybe support engineering could be a good position for you. Then after doing that for 2.5 years, I decided to jump to solutions engineer with post-sales. The reason is for support engineer, I can get into like the code base of the products. Like I know exactly what line of code is causing what kind of bugs, but I was lacking the kind of like a bigger view of the picture. Like I understood this issue, but like how does this issue fit into the customer's business problem that I don't have? So that's why I wanted a role with more communication and flexibility with talking to both of the technical side and the business side. So that's why I was jumping to the solutions engineer position. And I have been doing this for 8 months at Google. So if you are new to IT and you would like to learn more, especially with the support engineering track, here are the 2 resources that I found really helpful. The first is the Google IT courses in Coursera. This course will give you a lot of give you understanding of basic Python like coding, and also give you like basic like support engineering role like debugging and troubleshooting. It took around like 3 to 4 months to complete. And the second resources is if you go to YouTube and search this term, Professor Steve Tarzia, he's a computer science professor, and he was posting his entire courses on YouTube. So this course has around 16 lectures, and each of the lectures covers a different component of software. So I found it really helpful to understand what software is and what is required to build a successful SaaS product. Yeah, so to end my talk, I just want to share my favorite quote. So for me, if you do not know yet what you want to do, so to me, like finding mission in life, it's just about eliminating what you don't like doing. And this is what I have been doing in the past 5 years. I have one job, then I enjoyed it, but then I found some part of it that I don't quite enjoy. And then I use what I learned in this job in order to move to the next job that may hopefully give me more flexibility in doing what I like doing. So maybe if you don't know yet about what you want to do, maybe try a lot of different positions in tech and kind of like figure out what you like and what you don't like. Yeah, and that's the end of it. Thank you. I'm gonna check this real quick to see if anyone has any questions.
If you have any questions, feel free to come here.
Yeah.
Speak to the mic. Or you can just raise your hand and we pass on the mic to you. Anyone? Or maybe I ask one question. So what would be the basic skill that you expect to have in order to apply for the role that you're having right now? I mean, being not too technical, but what are the basic requirements that your employer may look for when you apply for like a technical sales role?
I think because most of these roles are client-facing technical roles. So with Google, this position requires both of the full loop. It requires both of like the coding interview and the kind of like Googliness interview and project management interview. So for me personally, coming from a sales background and kind of technical support engineer background, I have that for the kind of like client communications, so that I can use my past experience in responding to the questions. For the coding interview is I found the coding interview with this position a little bit less algorithm and more practical. Like for example, I don't know if I could share that, but like, for example, a lot of the questions are more about like, for example, if you want to build a database, like if for example, if you have a website and you want to connect to Amazon or like GCP database, then what are the requirements for the integration? So it requires more of a understanding of the understanding of the practical practice rather than the algorithm. Yeah, or like for example, another question is like if you have a website and your website is like loading very slowly, then what steps can you take to fix that issue? So this questions in particular test two main components. The first component is like how do you troubleshooting the issue? How do you find the root cause of the fact that your website is slowly loading? And the second component of this question is like, do you know how to optimize it? Do you know any like use case in the industry or any framework that you can use to like help improving the speeding load of the website? Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah. Or you can just feel free, whichever.
Oh, hi. Hi, Len. I'm Stella. So I'm not very quite familiar with the different roles, especially comes to like Google Ads or cloud or something like that. But my personally would be like, since you're talking about you're coming from the sales background, so I wonder, is there like, what's the most difficult challenges you've come across before when you try to deal with different clients? And you know, like I mean, like in a lot of occasions, you might face a lot of pressure, or you might be feeling stressed out sometimes because you probably think that, oh, I can't figure this out, but I have to cater to my clients as well. So how do you deal with this kind of issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, what's your name again? Sorry.
Oh, Stella.
Stella, hi. Thank you, Stella. Thank you for the question. I think for your first question, I think that the most difficult part personally for me is that I have to understand what kind of clients that I would like to work with. Because I used to be in a startup, and for startup, most of the clients are startup themselves. So they move really fast. And usually there are not a lot of constraints in what can we and what can we not do. With like big enterprise, it's more about structure, more like organization to like jump through. So for me, I think that so I'm trying to like adopt to like different styles of companies. But for someone who is a starter, you may want to ask about like what kind of clients that you enjoy working with and what kind of clients that you can utilize your strength the most. I think like if you are a more of a structural person, like organization, then may not be the best when working with startup, for example. I think, and then the second question is like, how do I deal with difficulties within Google? Because like Google is a big company, so they have a lot of different roles with a lot of different responsibility. So for my role, even though I deal with customers, but we have a separate role called engagement managers, and engagement managers are more specializing in like handling conflict. And also there are a lot of like internal resources within the company as well. So this is pro and con. Like if you just want to focus on your job, like on one specific job, then maybe a big enterprise company is the best. But if you want to try different kind of hats, maybe going to a startup where you have to like do more tasks as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one question from Slido. Can you share any suggestions to junior software engineer? Sorry, for the suggestions, I'm not sure about the context of this question. Do you mean that you would like to become client-facing engineer, or do you want to become senior software engineer? Because then the advice will be different. If you could just add in the context, maybe I can respond to it better. The next question is, I think trans kinds of job change. I think changing job is brave. Could you share some considering this choice? Trans kinds, sorry. Do you mean to change jobs or like trans kinds of job? Okay, maybe I can go back to the, if you could add in more context, maybe I can go back to the first question. For junior software engineer, if you are junior software engineer and you are considering doing like client-facing engineering, maybe you could find opportunities within your company. Maybe you can talk with the product team, or you can tag along with any sales engineer within your organization, because maybe ask them to just invite you to a meeting and you can just sit there and kind of like observe the meeting and how is it being run. Then it will give you a better understanding of like what kind of task specific required for this job. If you want to become more of a senior software engineer, then I think you may need to ask Kristen, because I don't have experience in this.
Okay, any more questions? If not, we thank you, Lan, for the great sharing. I believe there are a lot of career choices that we can always consider. If you're not technical, if you would like to meet people, I believe technical sales and even client-facing engineer would be a great choice, especially to understand the client's needs and problems. So yeah, thank you, Lan, for your sharing.
Thank you all, and I hope you have a good day. If you have any questions, you can find me on LinkedIn and send me a message.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you.
So next, I think we have Yumi. Yay. Em諗住廣東話定係好啦，廣東話可以嘅。你最簡單咧就會係 join Google Meet。
你哋嗰個 Google Meet 係
呢度。你開一個睇下，跟住。
等陣我連咗 network 先。
你嚟。
哎呀，
等一陣啊，大家。
登嘅時候就 show 嗰個 QR code 嗰個 covers 翻。嗰個咩？TT。Telegram 或者。我會唔會太矮睇唔到佢嘅？應該會㗎。OK OK。
OK 啊。
究竟睇到啦？
你講幾句嘢先。
Hello，大家好啊，我係 Yumi 啊。sorry，因為唔係好夠高，等我陣啊。都聽到我講嘢都清楚係咪啊？好，咁你好啦，我係 Yumi 啦。咁跟住落嚟咧，我會有少少 sharing 啦，係講關於我點解會由一個出嚟做咗幾年嘢嘅人，突然間轉翻去做一個全職學生啦。點解會揀做 IT technical 呢一行啦？咁我簡單介紹下我啦，我而家喺 Ivy 度讀緊 Year 2啦，咁讀緊有關 cloud 同 database 嘅 course 啦。咁亦都同時係經過學校啦，喺一間叫 Michael Fusion 嘅公司入邊做緊一個實習生啦。我亦都同時係 Ivy 入邊咧 GDSC 嘅成員啦，咁亦都根據呢個學生嘅身份啦，喺出邊參加過好多唔同嘅比賽啊，一啲sharing 啊，啲演講咁樣啦。咁但係至於點解我會突然間揀翻嚟做讀書學生呢一個身份咧？咁我當中有遇到有啲乜嘢困難啊，或者有啲乜嘢我會好 concern 啊？點解突然間投身呢一行咧？咁跟住落嚟，我都會同大家分享少少啦。咁簡單介紹下我自己先。咁我嘅性格咧，其實係一個比較 outgoing 啲嘅女仔啦。我好中意去接觸啲唔同嘅新事物啊，好中意認識唔同嘅人啊。可能 even 去旅行啊，我都會好中意同人哋去 catch up 啊，了解多啲唔同嘅人同事咁樣啦。咁喺我做翻學生之前啦，做過幾年嘢啦，我都曾經做過 sales marketing 啊，做過一啲文職啊。咁點解突然間會咁樣好有興趣去轉行咧？其實好大原因就係我做咗文職幾年啦，咁我都覺得自己嘅生活好似冇乜起伏喎，好平平無奇咁樣啦。咁但係我一諗到自己可能10年後都仲會喺呢一個自己嘅 comfort zone 度咁浮浮沉沉，咁我就覺得我係時候要做出一啲改變啦。咁但係咧，至於我點樣去做一啲改變啦？咁當時我有呢一個可能唔係好滿意自己生活狀況嘅時候，我都未諗到話點樣去做一啲改變啦。都可能係同啲朋友去傾下，問下大家意見啊。因為我都好相信其實好多人喺社會可能讀完書出嚟做嘢，都會有呢個階段啦，好迷茫啊，唔知究竟自己要做乜嘢啊，究竟自己目標係乜嘢？我相信好多人都會有呢個情況發生啦。咁sorry，咁去到咧後尾啦，我同啲朋友傾偈嘅時候咧，我都發現咗自己有幾個問題，都係圍繞住我自己啦。咁究竟我想 跳出自己嘅 comfort zone，咁但係我需要做嘅係乜嘢咧？我想係轉工啊、轉行啊，但係我有冇足夠嘅能力啊，可以去做到一啲我認為自己好想做嘅嘢咧？又或者可能係5年後、10年後，我轉咗工或者轉咗行，我自己想得到嘅成果究竟係啲乜嘢咧？咁我都聽過一句說話啦，咁喺一個小說家講嘅，咁喺個世界上咧就得2種人啦，就一個就係好滿意自己嘅工作啦，亦都覺得自己嘅生活係自己好中意啦，咁而另一種人就係可能唔係好滿意自己嘅工作啊，對於自己嘅生活都係渾渾噩噩咁樣過啊，咁樣就一世啦。咁我都相信大部分人都會希望係做前者啦，咁係當然希望自己揾到一個自己中意做嘅工作啊，過住自己舒服啊、開心嘅生活啦。咁喺我自己去到一個位，開始喺度考慮，究竟我應該要點樣去行出第一步咧？咁我好好彩嘅，我有個朋友啦，佢都係做 IT technical 嘅，咁佢都好多唔同嘅意見俾到我啦。佢初初只係好簡單帶出一句話其實 IT 前景 OK 喎，幾好喎，你都可以試下。咁聽到呢句，覺得有啲起色啦，自己嗰個路可能知道自己點行啦。咁但係到自己認真坐低諗嘅時候，就喺度諗，其實我以前嗰份工係做文職啦，做 sales marketing 啦。咁但係我白紙喎，我點解可以入行做到 technical 啊？我點解可以去做到一啲 IT 嘅嘢，一啲咁專門嘅嘢咧？咁但係我自己又會問自己，因為女人嘅時間真係好寶貴啦。都相信大家都好知道啦，你出嚟讀完書出嚟做嘢，去到可能30零歲，咁好多人都會想結婚生小朋友，咁你就會將你事業又要擱置一邊噶咯喎。咁到將來可能小朋友大咗再出嚟，你嘅事業又會比人哋慢喎。咁好老實，基於呢個原因啦，咁我自己都希望唔好再浪費太多時間喺呢個位度啦。仲繼續做一啲自己又唔中意做嘅工作啊，返工等放工啊。咁最後我就決定咗去讀書啦。咁就好似我而家讀緊呢個 course 咁樣啦，即係可能讀2年，等我認識多啲有關 technical 嘅嘢啊，等自己可以有一個更好嘅前景啊，俾自己知道更加多有關行內嘅嘢，到底係點樣行啊？呢條路係咪究竟啱我咧？咁咧，到我真正入到學校，9月1號開學啦，入到學校咧，咁面對嘅挑戰咧，就同我當初諗concern嘅嘢完全唔同啦。初初我都會喺度諗我讀 IT 喎，我身邊全部都係男仔喎，我會唔會好緊張啊？會唔會冇人 support 我啊？咁你知女仔一定要有 buddy 一齊讀書噶嘛？咁但係去到學校，全部都係男同學喎，會唔會冇人幫我咧？咁我開咗學頭1個月，其實都壓力好大啦，好緊張啦，因為始終你都知道做咗嘢，跟住再重新拎翻起本書，其實真係好難啦。咁呢個感覺咧，維持咗一段日子，我已經好快俾我啲同學去打破咗呢個錯誤嘅諗法啦。因為我 restudy 啦，年紀比我而家嘅同學大啲啦，但係佢哋都會好樂意去幫我啦，都會俾好多support 我啦。even 可能有啲位我唔明啊，因為始終我自己覺得女仔嘅數學運算能力真係冇男仔咁強嘅，咁但係佢哋都好唔介意去幫我好耐心去解釋俾我聽啦。咁 even 學校啲老師其實都係男性為主啦，但係佢哋都會好願意俾好多機會我哋去做一啲唔同嘅 project 啊，俾好多機會我哋去做 sharing 啊。等我真係最主要係佢會好願意俾我哋落手自己去做，而唔係直接話俾我聽呢件事究竟點樣做，而佢係俾我哋去揾一個自己嘅方法去揾答案咁樣啦。咁咧，其中一個最深刻嘅比賽咧，呢個比賽對於我嚟講都係一個好大嘅轉捩點啦。點解咁講咧？因為我同幾個同學一齊參加咗呢個Open Data Hackathon 嘅比賽啦。最主要咧係因為我哋係由一班同學啦，由零去起到一個 website，而最後我哋仲可以獲得一個唔錯嘅名次啦。咁呢個比賽俾我最大得着咧，其實最主要係我頭先都有講啦，我係白紙入行啦，我係完全冇 technical 底咁樣去讀書啦。 咁但係咧，經過呢個比賽咧，我發覺原來我好中意，即係我對寫曲係幾有興趣。我覺得寫到曲跌到筆嗰個成功感係好開心啦。咁 even 我同幾個同學一齊去研究下啊啲曲究竟點樣行啊。咁因為大家其實都係冇 technical 一齊入去讀啦。咁我哋可以分工一齊去做啦，然之後又可以去做一啲同 Google 嘅，因為我哋都有用 Google Service 去做一啲 linking 咁樣啦，去連落我哋個比賽度咁樣啦。咁初其實我都會好緊張，因為始終呢樣嘢係我由零到冇，啲曲全部都係自己揼啦，咁我都會好擔心啊，會唔會唔夠好啊？尤其是見到其他參加其他 group 嘅 project 啊 present 得好好喎，我都會好擔心自己 technical 唔夠，然之後唔夠拎得唔好嘅結果啦。咁so far 最後嗰個比賽嘅名次都唔錯嘅，咁但係我自己都覺得原來打曲對於我自己嚟講係一件好開心嘅事啦，即係除咗可能同啲同學一齊去溝啊，一齊點樣分工合作啊，點樣去做呢個比賽都好啦。咁我簡單講下我嗰個 project 係點樣做啦。只不過我哋最初衷咧係希望可以幫到一啲非華語啊，或者可能一啲外籍人士喺香港揀學校嘅時候，我哋都希望幫佢哋解決我哋疑難啦。因為其實你 local 就算因為我哋本地都未必真係 exactly 知道呢間中學、小學佢哋排名係點樣啦。咁我哋就諗咗一個辦法啦，喺Google Service 度做咗一個 AI 嘅功能啦，去幫一啲學校可能幫一啲家長啦、學生啦，去揀一啲學校嘅，即係睇一啲學校嘅 band 啦。即係可能我根據佢過往幾年嘅成績，跟住再輸入佢嘅，俾 AI 去 learn 啦，知道原來你個小朋友係可以去到Band 1學校嘅喎。其實最主要嘅原因就係我都唔希望將來啲小朋友會有一啲資源錯配嘅問題啦。即係簡單啲講就係可能佢對數學好好，或者可能佢對運動好有興趣嘅，但係佢可能揀咗間同佢心目中唔係好符合，但係又banding 係 OK 嘅，咁我哋都唔希望呢啲情況發生啦。咁咧，呢度有條片係好短嘅啫，2分鐘嘅啫，咁俾大家聽下我呢個 project 啊。
大家好啦，今日會想同大家去介紹我哋嘅 website 嘅。首先啦，我哋一開頭我哋有 translate 嘅功能啦，咁我可以方便對中文唔熟悉嘅家長去查閱我哋嘅網站嘅。咁我哋可以試下撳下一啲最新消息啦。頁面嘅最新消息係自動從呢個 BigQuery upload 上去我哋嘅網站嘅，咁我哋係唔需要人手去 update 我哋嘅資料啦。咁我哋碌落去睇下，試下揾下唔同嘅學校啦。咁我哋試下撳中學。呢個頁面我哋用咗 Google 嘅 function 嘅呢個 Data Studio 去整出嚟嘅。咁我當我想試下揾呢間元朗嘅學校啦，喺實際嘅位置。咁我哋喺地圖下面咧都見到呢間學校嘅實質位置啦。咁我當我唔想淨係揾呢間學校喎。咁我哋都可以，我當家長啦，家長想知道自己嘅地區有咩學校啦，咁我當去揾大埔學校，咁撳翻呢條位置啦。咁下面地圖都會顯示翻大埔區附近有啲咩學校啦，而上面咧亦都會有學校嘅一啲 website 啦，可以撳入去參考下嘅。好啦，咁接落嚟我哋就試下我哋嘅 AI 分析學校啦。咁我哋就可以我當 default 全部打晒80啦，輸入完之後就會喺後台計算出呢個較為合適嘅學校名單嘅。咁我當揀女校啦，地區就九龍城區啦。九龍城區其實佢已經 list 咗2個啦。咁我試下撳培道中學。咁其實都 list 翻呢間學校嘅一啲資料啦，電話啊，係咩學校啊，係學校組別啊，網站等等嘅。係啦，咁呢度就有呢啲津貼資料啦，中小幼嘅資助計劃啦，獎學金啦，咁呢度都可以索翻，即係有好多唔同嘅就係可以撳啦。咁我哋都有2條片去教點樣去輸入一啲政府資料嘅。咁呢個係我哋學校啦。咁最後咧就有我頭先所講嘅 Dialogflow 就智能對答機械啦。咁我哋就試下問佢一啲問題啦。我先問下可能2021年到2022年嘅中學學生人數啦。咁我由32萬啦。咁我又可以問下佢為呢個中學到底喺邊一區啊？咁佢都會同我哋講嘅。另外呢個網站上面嘅AI 分析咧，亦都可以喺 Dialogflow 度進行嘅。咁頭先啱啱 PowerPoint 所講嘅 Facebook、Telegram 亦都可以使用嘅。咁我試下問佢啦。 例如話我學生嘅中文分數係87分啦，英文係92分啦，數學可能係96分啦，而常識就係78分啦。咁佢又問我話你想讀嘅區域喺邊度啊？咁我就可能打我係想油尖旺區。咁佢就會都出翻個伊利沙伯中學，即係都會講翻啲基本嘅資料俾你嘅。咁另外我哋都增設咗一個小型嘅討論區啦，去俾家長去交流佢哋揀學校啊，或者學校入邊嘅心得啦。咁我今日嘅分享就係咁多。大家好啦，今日會想同大家去介紹我哋嘅 website 嘅。
好。咁頭先嗰個係我哋一齊做嘅 project 啦，咁亦都攞咗獎啦。咁跟住咧，其實咧好多人都有問我啦，點解會揀technical 嚟做啊？點解會轉行做 technical？因為有好多認識我嘅人都覺得我溝通能力幾好啦，即係可能講嘢唔差啦。咁點解唔做 sales 啊？點解淨係揀 technical 嚟做啊？咁好似我正如頭先講啦，因為其實我都有做過 sales marketing 啦，我都明白當中嘅辛苦啦。咁更加希望自己將來發展啦，有一樣專業嘅技能俾自己啦。咁所以我就揀咗 technical 嚟做啦。咁去到初初，我認為即係喺我印象中啦，我以為 technical 可能都係一啲比較死板啲嘅工作，又或者可能係唔需要太多溝通啦，可能真係自己對住電腦啦，喺自己印象中。咁但係到我接觸咗呢一行，先發覺原來我嘅溝通能力對於我做 technical 其實都好有幫助喎。因為去到可能頭先 session 都有講啦，其實做 technical 唔單止做programmer 啦，有 software engineer 啦，亦都可能有啲 pre-sales 啦，所以其實我呢個溝通能力對於我做 technical 都係一個好好嘅好處啦。咁其實我最想講嘅係大家就算入到行啦，做啲乜嘢都好啦，或者可能 even 未必係 technical或者可能其他工作但係最主要嘅係大家都一定要揾到自己清晰嘅定位咯，即係可能我好貿然講話我做 technical， 但係其實我做 technical 嘅乜嘢咧好多噶嘛。咁但係原來發覺我自己中意打曲嘅，咁呢個就係我揾到自己嘅定位啦。咁我都會越朝住可能呢個進發，定自己可能做一個 programmer，又或者可能學多啲唔同嘅 computer language 咁樣啦。咁咧喺我讀緊呢一個 course 嘅過程啦，咁學校都好好啦，佢都會好俾好多機會我哋啦，亦都 refer 咗我哋去做一啲實習啦。咁而家我喺一間 SI 公司度做緊嘅實習咧，佢都係一間做 Google 係同 Google 係 partner 嘅關係啦。咁我都亦都喺裏邊學到好多唔同 Google 嘅 service 啦，而且佢哋都好好啦，俾咗好多機會我去接觸唔同嘅 project見好多唔同嘅客因為其實而家做實習啦，同我上一份工最大嘅分別就係，可能因為以前做文職都係啲好死板嘅工作啦，即係做啲 paperwork咁樣啦。但係可能去到我做實習嘅時候，為咗可能應該咁講啦，為咗我可以學得更加多嘢啦，喺短時間內，咁我都要做一啲 present需要見客可能喺大家眼中呢啲只不過係一啲好 common好基本嘅嘢啦。但係對於我嚟講，真係同上一份工種唔同嘅時候咧，就會對於我嚟講挑戰性比較大啦。所以咧，我都需要花好多時間去 pick up 啦，亦都需要俾好多 effort 落去啦。咁同時咧，喺我做緊 intern 嘅時候啦，都好多謝學校同公司俾我考咗好多唔同嘅 cert 啦。因為我實我哋學校呢一個 course 係全港第一個有3大 vendor 認證嘅課程嚟嘅，咁所以我都好開心，最後學校翻嚟收咗我，可以讀到呢個 course，俾咗呢個機會我啦。咁其實大家喺印象中，可能 IT 都係男仔比較多啦。其實 even 你哋見到啲相啦，我都係男同學比較多嘅，都係全部圍繞咗嘅都係比較男性啦。咁初可能有啲人就會話其實會唔會咁多男仔一齊讀書或者可能隨時出到嚟做嘢都係男同學，會唔會好唔方便好唔習慣亦都可能有人會問冇女仔同你一齊做嘢喎，咁樣會唔會唔知道？即係可能會唔會人哋唔理你咁樣？但係其實我想講喺我讀書同做嘢嘅過程入邊啦， 其實做女仔真係有優勢嘅，喺做 technical，佢哋真係好會 take care 你多啲啦，又會好關心你究竟跟唔跟到啊，會唔會有啲咩問題啊，佢哋都會好照顧我啦，所以其實都唔會存在話女仔做 technical 係唔好啊，又或者可能少咗女仔做 technical。而家其實都坊間好多公司都會特登請女仔去做啦。咁其實喺今年啦，我讀呢個 course 都已經讀咗2年，都準備要完，亦都要畢業啦。咁亦都開始準備要投身呢個社會啦。咁初初都好擔心讀完出嚟會唔會都唔啱自己啊？會唔會都唔適合做 technical 啦？咁學校都俾咗好多意見我哋啊，都可能知道我哋嘅 concern喺邊度啦。咁佢都俾咗好多 recommend 我哋聽啦，亦都介紹咗好多唔同嘅公司俾我哋認識，更加清楚了解到行內嘅發展係點樣啊。所以咧，我都相信喺嚟緊啦，我哋都會喺呢一行度有一個好唔錯嘅發展咁樣啦。最後咧，我引用一句說話啦，就係if opportunities doesn't knock, build a door。把握自己嘅時間啦，創造機會啦。咁最後我都好多謝我身邊嘅人啦，因為我真係好 lucky，有好多唔同嘅人去幫我，令我行到呢條路啦。所以雖然 even 可能我之前嘥咗幾年時間去做一啲唔係好適合自己嘅工作啦，但係好好彩嘅係我好早發覺自己有呢個問題，而知道自己要行出自己 comfort zone，去重新 pick up 翻自己啱嘅路咁樣咯。係啦，今日我 sharing 去到呢度啦 ，thank you。
下邊有咩？
哦，
都嚟㗎嘛。
你想我用廣東話定係英文？好，咁有2條問題嘅，一個係即係如果大家已經入咗職場之後咧，都好少會直接 quit 份工，跟住去讀書嘅。咁如果係我嘅話，其實我自己都係會做一啲即係嗰個 Analytics Certificate 咁樣嘅，自己去上堂喺 Coursera 上邊，係啦。咁就想問當時你有咩直接嘅 incentive 去 quit 份工啦，跟住去讀書，而唔係話自己上堂咁樣。跟住第二個問題就係因為我係即係同好多嘅 developer 啦，包括我先生都係 developer 嚟嘅，所以佢哋同我講咧，佢話其實好多 skills 咧唔係學校學嘅，係好多都係自己做 project 或者自己係嗰份工做嘢嘅時候不斷去 solve problems 咁樣，係啦。跟住你有冇諗過即係香港依家呢個科技市場，其實香港唔係好 good at technology 嘅，咁有冇諗過點樣將自己去 fit in 依家嘅 market？Thank you。
好，我第一個問題先啦。其實當初點解我會咁，即係點解我會裸辭去選擇做翻學生讀書咧？嗱咁樣講啦，即係坦白講啦，其實我以前即係中學嘅時候，真係唔係咁中意讀書啦，成績唔係話好好啦。咁而且我本身係冇任何 technical 嘅底啦，即係我係完全係白紙咁樣啦。咁可能有啲人話我可能讀 part time 咯，讀夜校咯，但係其實我相信大家都會知道，其實翻工放工已經好攰啦。係咪真係有咁嘅能力可以放咗工之後翻學咧？如果我真係 part time，又可能不便翻工，跟住 part time 讀書，我係咪有足夠嘅時間去 handle 到我嘅 project 啊嘅功課啊？我係咪真係有能力可以吸收到呢啲知識咧？咁呢啲都係我當時考慮嘅點啦。咁因為我都唔想自己可能花咗啲時間喺讀書方面，但係最後乜嘢得着都冇啦。咁所以呢個亦都係我考慮嘅點，點解會去做翻全職學生？因為講真，你 full time 做學生，你學嘅嘢一定係會比較多啦，一定吸收得比較快啲啦。同埋你第二個問題就係話係嘅，講真啱嘅，你可能好多知識未必喺書本度學到，但係如果以我即係，因為我嗰個可能我 case 比較特殊啲啦。如果以我白紙咁樣去入行，其實 我好肯定應該未必好多公司會肯請一個白紙嘅 technical 啦。第一，第二就係、如果我真係咩都唔識，even 我去到見工，可能人哋一問我，我乜嘢都答唔到嘅時候，呢、一個我都唔希望見到啦。第二就係、我學咗，可能我喺學校學到嘅嘢，真係未必夠我喺職場上面一路做嘢，一路做 project 啊，一路學嘅嘢多啦。但係起碼 at least 我知道呢一個 market 係點樣，我知道呢一個 technical 嘅行業佢最 basic 個規矩係點樣咯。咁所以你話同埋點樣標自己 market 冇㗎，一步一步嚟嘅。因為有啲嘢真係冇得急，好似我當初點解會做學生，其實我都好心急想轉行㗎。即係可能我做咗文職，其實我已經嘥咗幾年啦。我都話喺我自己覺得女人時間真係好寶貴啦。咁我唔想再嘥多幾年㗎嘛。咁我都好心急，希望自己可以盡快轉到行啦。有一個好嘅成果啦。咁但係我知道有啲嘢我越急，其實越做得更加唔好咯。咁所以我最後 finally 選擇咗做翻學生，俾我真係靜落嚟了解呢一個行業，重新去 pick up 翻呢啲嘢。即係因為除咗讀書啲嘢之外，我都仲有翻 intern 咁。所以公司都俾咗好多機會我去接觸好多唔同嘅 project 啊。咁所以你話係嘅，係翻工嘅時候學嘢真係會更加快。所以呢個亦都係學校俾我哋好好嘅機會，就因為佢都 prefer 我哋嘅動手能力會強啲，唔係淨係讀死書咁樣咯。係啊，希望解答到你嘅問題啊。
多謝你嘅分享。我幾有興趣 Hackathon 嗰度，因為我自己都有參加一啲嘅。咁你應該係第一次攞獎啦。
係啊係啊。
咁我都參加咗好多次，咁但係我都唔係好多獎嘅。咁但係我都想你了解下咧，你哋 Hackathon，因為通常 Hackathon 嘅女仔咧個角色嚇，即係唔好介意即係可能有啲唔係性別歧視，不過喺好多時候角色咧會係女仔會係做 presentation 嗰個，即係解説啊，或者做啲 PowerPoint 啊嗰扎咁嘅嘢嘅。咁你頭先講你係揼曲噶嘛？咁但係點解你嘅 team 或者你點解會有個咁嘅安排嘅？我發現做 present 嗰啲嘅男仔嚟㗎喎。咁呢個角色嚟講，咁點解你哋會咁嘅安排咧？咁亦都好恭喜你，好彩就一次已經中獎。如果你參加咗幾次咧，就知道唔係真係一定中獎，係好辛苦之後可能就俾人 challenge 一輪咧，你自己都點樣講咧？都吸咗一個經驗咯，可以話咁講嚇。唔該。
thank you。係啊，其實講真，我都好彩，好感恩我可以即係一次就可以攞到獎啦。因為其實除咗我哋自己 group 啦，我都同其他即係同一班唔同其他同學都一齊參加嘅。咁最後 finally 得我哋攞到獎啦。咁至於你話點解我會係做背後打曲嗰個啊？其實我本身都講話我係白紙啦，所以咧其實做呢個 hackathon 嘅 project 嘅時候，我係一邊學曲一邊打。我係冇打，即係冇 programmer 底去學嘅。咁點解有呢個分工？其實又冇特別分工㗎，只不過係我對打曲呢樣嘢有啲興趣，我自己覺得打曲好得意啦，有興趣啦，咁我就去動手去學啦。咁就一邊學一邊做呢個 project 啦。咁當中唔會真係未必得我一個打曲嘅，咁都有啲同學去support 我咁樣啦。咁因為我都有其他同學。男仔嚟講 present 係比較好啦，咁所以我都建議佢可能因為我唔知道大家對我嘅 presentation 係點樣啦，我自己就覺得未必唔算好啦，咁所以我就建議我另外嗰啲 groupmate 啦，你 present 得好啲，不如你去做啦，咁我做一啲我擅長嘅嘢，咁我哋唔會有資源錯配嘛，咁我哋亦都係一齊去做呢個 project， 亦都攞到個唔錯嘅名次咁樣咯。
咁如果冇 further 問題啦，我哋 move on 去下一個 session 啦。Thank you so much, Yumi.
Thank you.
Very inspiring. 掂啊，好掂啊。
Thank you.
So, let's see. You guys need a break? If not, we will move on to the next session from Coco. Where's Coco? 好啦，你有冇 slide？你有 slide 啊？
有啊，但係咧，我部電腦咧，我頭先啱啱同咦姐姐係
哦，
係咪啊？因為咧，我部電腦唔知點解拎唔到呢度個 WiFi 咯。
哦，唔緊要，唔緊要。哦，好，我要。
所以而家做唔到。
係啊係啊，唔好而家做啦，跟住做可能乜都唔完。OK OK，邊度啊？你 share 咗邊？
我係 speaker 嗰個 group 啊。
speaker 係，sorry 啊，冇睇。好。
係點樣具體嘅點樣？
我搞。好啊，我哋俾 access 我嘅。
係喎。
係喎。
咁搞咗嗰個 QR code 先。
你識唔識搞啊？好難搞
speaker
呢個。
speaker 嗰個 slide。
好，我哋。
己就有一系列嘅原因啦，咁就會講嘅係關於呢個 sharing 入面，咁之後再會講一講到底我之前遇到過嘅唔同問題咁樣啦，係啦，係嘛？
用你部機
係嘛？我可以就咁用呢個咪定
用呢個都得㗎，
係嘛？因為
你想企喺度揸住啊，你想周圍走啊，定點啊？
我想企喺度喎，企喺度會唔會好啲？但係我又
想用個咪啊？想拎住啊？
我想，因為我唔知點樣 check 嗰啲 slides，係可以
呢度咯，
就咁啊，係咪啊？好啊。
係啊。
就咁樣。
就咁撳得啦。
喺呢度撳。
係啊。
OK，咁大家好啦，咁我諗我要重新介紹多一次自己啦。我係 Coco 笑係嚟自 Subbanana 嘅 account manager。咁頭先我都講咗啦，自己係一個文科出身嘅一個女孩子啦。咁我今日就可能淺談一下到底 Subbanana 係一個咩類型嘅 brand 先啦。Subbanana 其實係一個 AI subtitling 嘅工具啦。咁我加入呢間初創企業咧，其實願景或者理念就係能夠好好地咁樣將香港嘅內容創作者嘅 ideas 又或者作品啊，好好咁樣宣揚開去，用字幕嘅形式存在喺網絡上面啦，咁令到唔同中文地區或者其他語言地區嘅人士都能夠知道或者係接受到香港content creator 嘅 ideas 咁樣啦。咁我哋有另一個更加重要嘅願景，就係我哋希望呢個世界可以睇見廣東話，好好地咁樣將 content creator 嘅 idea 傳承落去咁樣啦。咁其實咧，我哋之前咧，應該係話我哋公司其實2017年成立，咁2019年嘅時候就出現咗 Subbanana 呢個 brand 啦。我哋間公司咧，其實主要就係做唔同嘅 AI solutions 嘅，可能包括 OCR 啦，又或者係唔同嘅speech to text 就係 Subbanana 呢個品牌咁樣咯。咁經過自己團隊測試咧，其實最近 AI 嘅準確度咧係高咗好多，即係隨住 developer 嘅努力之下咧，我哋最近嘅 AI 咧就準確度咧係超過90% 噶啦。咁另外都 support 廣東話啦，除咗香港基本嘅兩文三語之外咧，仲有日文啊、韓文啊，又或者西班牙文咁樣啦。咁咧，我哋都有好多唔同嘅合作伙伴啦。咁例如Disney 啦，又或者係機電工程署咁樣啦。除咗不過可能 Subbanana 呢個 brand 咧，如果你想知得更加多咧，又或者之後可以問我啦，又或者可以 Google 或者係YouTube 去 search Subbanana 呢一個 term。咁今日就淺談住咁多先啦，嗰個 brand 好唔好？因為 Amanda 今日咧邀請我過嚟咧，其實就係想我分享下我自己嘅故事。我頭先都講咗啦，我係一個文科出身嘅人啦。咁其實就好耐以前啦，即係大約3年前左右啦。咁咧我就畢業咯喎，畢業咧工就要面對啦，點樣揾工啦？我面臨咗一個人生嘅交叉點。我就面對咗有3個選擇嘅。第一個就係我可以去我屋企之前嘅經營嘅一間花店啦，去接手 family business 啦。咁第二個咧就係可能做科我讀嘅嘢，做科嘅 major 去 financial industry 度做，咁可能佢有好多唔同 post 啦，有保險從業員啦，有 banker，好多唔同嘢揀啦。第三就係去 tech industry 度做。咁可想而知，我係去咗邊度啦？我 tech industry 嘛，咁但係其實又有原因，即係唔係啲咩人工啊，唔係啲咩前景好嗰啲，唔係呢啲，係因為好似覺得從來好似都係人哋幫我揀咁，即係family business 就係我去做一啲人哋做過嘅嘢啦 ，financial 就係好似頭先似個 speaker Yumi 所講，就係好似好死板咁樣啦。咁我可以自己 state 自己好似唔中意錢咁，所以咧我就經過一個就業計劃，我揀咗入 tech industry。咁我入咗 Subbanana呢一間公司啦，呢間公司係一間 startup 嚟，其實都比較少人啦。咁同時咧，我都面對咗好多唔同嘅問題。第一就係其實呢讀嘅嘢你 major 又唔同，咁你入呢行你關事嘅咩？咁但係第二個就係點解你會覺得自己真係啱讀呢？即係 點解淨係啱入呢一行嘅咁樣？即係點解要入啊？初入行嘅時候，頭一年有好多人咁樣問。第三就係好奇怪嘅，我覺得呢條係好匪夷所思。即係呢行少女仔入嘅喎，點解你會入嘅咁？即係我有啲唔係好明。嗰陣時頭一年咧，就係我點樣去解決呢啲別人對我 concern 咧，就係首先面對呢啲質疑嘅時候，人哋問你點解咧，你都可以問翻下自己點解。人哋問你點解你想入呢行啊？呢行係咪真係關你事啊？點解你想入呢行啊？乜呢行咪好少女仔入噶嘛？咁樣係咯，你又可以問下自己點解？點解我會想入呢行咧？咁其實諗真啲，點解唔得啫？咁我 interview 人哋 accept 咗我，咁即係請咗我啦，咁即係認同我嘅能力啦。咁其實關你咩事啫？咁第二，點解你會想入呢行啊？咁少女仔入呢行，咁又點啊？即係嗰陣時係好大聲，我係 answer 人哋，咁點解唔得啊？有能者居之，唔係男同女嘅關係嚟，咁呢樣係唔關事噶嘛，係咪？所以面對一啲質疑嘅時候，人哋對你質疑，其實調轉頭都係一個提醒啦，對於大家自己。我希望我可以 share 到呢一點啦。另外就係、我點樣去填補呢個 gap 咧？就係、好啦，我應該咁樣講。我初入呢一行嘅時候咧，其實我入呢行之前，我係冇諗過自己我會入 tech industry 呢一行。我理想中以為嘅 IT 公司係咩咧？就係好似而家咁樣，好似 Google 咁樣，哇，好 colourful 嘅，好 innovative 嘅成件事，即係 meeting room 都有名嘅，哇，好靚咁樣。唔係嘅喎，原來唔係咁嘅喎。即係本身咧，但係我本身以為係咁，但係現實中嘅 IT 公司咧，原來係每一日都會有好多唔同嘅 developer 對住部電腦嗌點解，同埋有時會仰天大叫，有好多呢啲咁嘅情況啦。咁但係呢樣都唔係太重點，呢個題目話係我想表達嘅係，當你係一張白紙入到嚟，我點樣先可以 fill up 到一啲 lack of knowledge 嘅 gap 咧？即係我哋講緊技術上啦、產品上啦，我哋都會有好多唔同嘅需要惡補啦。而我點樣 fill 呢個 gap 咧？呢2年入邊，我好投入咁樣去學習啦，我把握咗我份工入邊每一次學習嘅機會。例如係咩咧？我有3樣嘢好深刻嘅，但係即係我首先要講啦。startup 係一個，如果大家想加入科技業嘅話，startup 係一個好好嘅 entry 啦。因為 startup 即係我頭先講咗啦，人少嘛，人即係意思即係咩？即係好多嘢做咯。好多嘢做嘅話，就即係我可以有好多唔同嘅學習機會啦。係啦，我有3樣嘢好深刻嘅。第一樣就係我學識咗點樣做 website traffic 嘅 tracking， 即係我識得喺一大堆 HTML code 入邊揾到我想要嗰個 ID， 又或者喺邊啲 ID 錯咗可以睇唔同嘅 code 啦，又跟住我又叫人可以改啦。以下內容係 Google 冠名贊助啊，用 Google Analytics 係啊，我好多謝有即係 Google 有啲 consultant 咁樣嘅 department 咁樣，係咪？咁佢就會教我點樣做啊，點樣做得會好啲啊？你叫 developer check 啲乜嘢啊？咁樣有好多唔同嘅呢 situation， 我係可以學，而我從來都冇諗過自己會接觸過。第二就係我學識咗點樣去落網上廣告咯。即係我學識咗咩係 display ad 啦，學識咗咩係 keyword ad 啦，點樣買啦，有好多唔同嘅宣傳渠道啦，俾咩錢啦，點俾啦，話好多唔同嘢嘅學啦，係我從來喺讀書嘅時候都冇諗過嘅。第三就係我學識咗點樣做 sketch， 因為喺IT 公司入面啦 ，sketch 我介紹一下，其實就係一個 developer 嘅。可以畫一個 UI 出嚟嘅一個工具啦。咁為咗可以填補呢個developer 同埋客戶之間嗰個 information gap 咧，咁我就有時會 收入咗客戶意見之後啦，咁我就會畫出嚟俾 developer 睇，等佢方便啲睇一個即係 visible 嘅嘢，等佢可以跟得好啲咁樣啦。呢3樣嘢係我從來都冇諗過自己會做得到。同埋我想講另一樣想表達嘅就係、其實 tech industry 咧係除咗 tech 之外咧，係需要一啲唔同嘅 soft skills， 即係其他 skills， 例如係啲咩咧？你學嘅嘢永遠都唔會背叛你咯，你每即係你學咗嘅嘢一定有用。第一 market analysis 啦，咁市場嘅分析又係可以即係 non-tech base 嘅人嚟做啦。我自己喺呢個 brand，我嘅 teammates 咧，其實我嘅 teammates 咧，除咗 market analysis 之外咧，仲有 sales 啦。咁我自己做 account management 咧，其實最重要嘅係咧，我點樣可以做一個好好嘅溝通橋梁啊？用一個最簡單、最 common 嘅 language 或者字眼去解釋翻俾唔係好識科技嘅人聽，到底我係即係 developer 做緊啲咩，我哋公司又做緊啲咩？即係用一個簡單啲嘅例子咧，就係好似一間餐廳咁。餐廳個廚師煮嘢再好食，好好食。如果你冇侍應或者樓面，你遞碟送出去嘅話，冇人知噶嘛。即係我就係作為一個樓面，一個侍應行出去，話俾大家知啊呢碟嘢個理念係咩啊，產品係用咩啊，有幾好食啊咁樣嘅。咁呢樣嘢其實 non-tech base 嘅人咧喺 tech industry 入邊咧，其實都扮演咗一個好重要嘅角色啦。呢樣嘢係tech base 嘅人其實少會做得到嘅事情嚟。咁我呢2年入邊，我分享我個故仔啦。我希望大家可以catch up 到一啲 message 嘅。第一就係要永遠做你自己啦，就係因為要 always make your own choice， 唔好因為你自己係咩男孩子、女孩子，所以我要揀邊行嚟做，唔係呢啲同性別冇關係嘅，唔好畫地自限去抹殺自己嘅可能性啦。第二就係唔好畏懼自己嘅改變啦，即係我會入呢行咧，就之後我遇見到一個全新嘅自己，學咗好多唔同嘅睇世界嘅角度，亦都唔同咗。呢樣嘢對於我嚟講，我覺得係好，所以我就想喺度呼籲大家，真係想做嘅就去做，就同性別無關，唔係話男仔一定做到，女仔未必做得到，唔係呢啲同性別完全冇關係嘅。係啦，咁最後啦，我今日嘅分享就到呢，我今日嘅分享咧就到呢度啦。咁希望大家喺我嘅故事入邊都可以 share 到一啲 message 啦，咁諗多啲想法啦。最後就係希望我哋可以一齊共勉，令到大家一啲非科技業嘅人都可以勇敢踏入科技業啦。多謝。
你支咪啦，俾咗支咪。有冇咩問題問啊？
俾翻支咪。我要撩翻佢呢度咧，我驚我自己咁樣。
OK 啊，佢聽到啊。
有冇咩問題 ？Any questions？
冇就好啦，因為我覺得自己解釋得好清楚。多謝你哋。
好有自信啊，真係犀利。有冇咩問題問阿 Coco？ 有冇人想入行啊？或者未入行噶？或者已經喺呢個行度嘅？其實 ，anyone wants to ask any questions to Coco？ 咩啊？你有新問嘢？
好喎。
對支咪俾你先，係咪都？
你嗌出嚟我都 OK 嘅，冇所謂。
咁你係一路返工一路學習係咪啊？
算係啦，邊做邊學咯，係咯。
即係都係同事去教你咁樣，或者自己
有好多，譬如我哋講話 GA 啦，咁其實 GA 咧，咁同事就教唔到我嘅，因為我係第一個去接觸 Google Analytics 嘅人啦。咁我咩都係自己摸住先嘅啫，摸下咧，我覺得 Google 呢樣嘢真係做得好好，冠名贊助。佢咧會主動揾我，佢有即係 Google 咧 consultant 會主動揾我，不如我幫你改善下你個 solution 啦。 佢話哦好喎咁樣咯，咁就我哋就根據唔同嘅 instructions 啦，或者大家即係唔同事們嘅意見啦啊，喺邊度加啲咩啊，喺個 button 度加啲咩 ID 啊，跟住我就會話翻俾個 developer 聽，呢度漏咗，你幫我加翻，跟住我就等嗰個 system 可以順利咁運行，令到嗰啲 data 能夠做一個 visible 嘅圖表，即係俾大家睇到咁，係啦。
好好啊，即係一路學習，跟住一路工作，係其實都唔容易，我知道。
工作就從來都唔容易嘅，但係我會覺得呢個係一啲新嘅挑戰咯。咁如果你咩都識晒嘅話，其實都好無趣啊。即係我另外想呼籲一下就係，其實學啲新嘢其實真係幾有趣，所以唔好吝嗇去幫自己選擇嘅一個機會，即係每一次要揀嘅時候，唔係唔使根據啲咩錢唔錢嘅問題，即係可能想開心嘅咪試下去做咯，都係因為咁樣我所以入咗 Tech 係。
Thank you。
唔該晒。好，如果仲有冇問題啊？冇嘅話咧，我哋下一個 session 啦。唔該晒嗰個，好 inspiring。係啦。
多謝大家。
係啊，唔該。好，我哋下一個 session 咧就好玩啲噶咯。我哋一紮人啊有，過嚟啊！你 share screen 你講得咗咯，係啦，你 share screen， 我哋又 set up 下。我想just a survey here, a bit of knowing how many of you are actually in the design UI UX role currently? Okay, so a lot of you. What are the other roles that you are doing right now? Engineers, software engineers, BA. Okay, PM. Good. So, 你有啲你 take 翻 Chrome 啊？係啦。你再 join 過要。Just bear with us for a few minutes.
不如喺呢個時候啦，我哋講 Should I speak English? Yeah, right. Maybe we take this moment to introduce ourselves a little bit. We have Ada, Candace, Wendy, you have met already, and myself, Lowen. Also, Amy will be sharing a session on user experience. Maybe let us introduce a bit more. I'm currently working in cafe. I worked for HSBC and AIA before. I started my career more than 20 years ago as a user researcher. At that time, user research was not common in Hong Kong, and people don't know what I'm doing, and it's also hard to explain. And at that time, focus was on usability. But nowadays, I'm more a service designer, and there are actually different roles in user experience, and let my fellows to explain more. Okay.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ada. Friend of Loen, friend of Amanda. Thanks, Amanda, for inviting us. We are actually from a community called Interaction Design Association Hong Kong chapter. If you would like to find out more about our chapter, do talk to us after. Right, IXDA.
There's a new acronym for you. New acronym, IXDA. So you know something new and important. IXDA. And we are the Hong Kong chapter. So it's the Interaction Designer Association, the Hong Kong chapter. So we hope you can learn something from our very talented group
today and then join ISDA. It's a very friendly kind of group of people.
We don't really have like a membership thing. It's free. Anybody can join our events. Who's next? Candice.
Hi, I'm Candice. I'm a user experience designer currently working at Hong Kong Exchange. So I've been working in the industry for around 10 years. Actually, I used to attend a lot of events from XDA. I've been not connected with this, the organization for 3 years because of COVID, because there's like less of offline. But now COVID is end. I believe there will be more offline events. Please come and join. You can learn a lot of things about design, about how to interact with designers. So I think you'll enjoy that.
All right, thank you, everyone. Hi, I'm Amy. I'm the facilitator of the sessions. For the next hour, it will be presented by this group, IXDA members. So the next hour is going to be very different from previous sessions. I know we have been sitting here for all day. So let's have some actions, right? We are all very active, interesting people, okay? So, okay, to start off with, let's stand up a little bit, please. Okay. So if you are, please group your, unfortunately, I need you to be, I don't know, are you guys friends? So I might need to break you guys a little bit. I would like to have 3 people in one group, 3 people in one group for maybe you 3, or 3 to 4 people in one group is fine. But let's break it a little bit. So let's group together. Okay. So we will have some little discussions and interactions. Okay. I know we have some English speakers. Maybe we have for the English speakers. Can you raise your hand? Maybe we could have English speakers can come and join as one group. That might be easier for everyone. Or otherwise, feel free to make new friends or sit together. Okay. So everyone has a group, right? Okay. So please bear with me. I'll give you 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. To talk about your understanding of what is user experience design. User experience design, what is your understanding about user experience design? What you think it is about? Share with your own group, anything. Sit anywhere. This is a big room. Spread yourself. Just make new friends, get to know each other. I'll give you guys 3 minutes, okay? All right, let's start. Không緊要，好唔緊要，好啊，你三至四個都得㗎。
What's the topic actually?
What is user experience design? What is your understanding of user experience? All right，隨便講都得㗎。Is this English or Chinese?
都得，中文都還可以。
普通話都可以，都沒所謂。好，三語，我們談一下什麼是用戶體驗，隨便分享，因為我們每個人的理解都不太一樣。好，大家會好。廣東話又得，普通話又得，英文又得，客家話都得，不過我唔識講。乜都得，最緊要分享下啫。
The insights about online project manager sites, about like how to manage it all, and for the product manager sites, about like how to how to make the applicant, the products better. So we have perspective difference in this group, I think. Yeah.
That's great. This is why we're here today. So to share different perspectives. Okay, good. Okay, so I understand that everyone may have time. Okay, thank you everyone. So if you get a chance to share about what your user experience was among your group, please take a seat and take your phone out. So I have a QR code here. I'm using Mentimeter. So if you can take your phone out, scan the QR code. Scan the QR code and help to type 3 words. What do you think? What is your definitions of your user experience? What does user experience means to you? Scan the QR code and I'll share the word cloud and see what everyone says about user experience. And see if there's any surprises. Let me see. Anyone have trouble scanning? Everyone okay? Take your time, take your time. I wish I have some music in the background. I should have turned on YouTube. Okay, let me switch screen so that we can see what we have. I see you on the screen. Hi everybody. I might always share Lego, so I should share this. Right, so see, wow, empathy is a bit bigger. User-friendly is probably the biggest one. Feelings, yes, correct. So user experience design is not only talking about functional design, but also emotional design, right? User experience is about how we feel, how we address how users feel. Discover users' needs, that's correct. Understanding, collecting user feedback, that's also correct. Quick and instant, yes, if we do our job right, then actually we will provide a quick and instant experience for our customers. Solving user problems, that's all right. That's all good. I think everything that we put here is all correct. There's no right or wrong, right? And yet, every one of us might have a slightly different understanding of what user experience is. So what we are here today is we will have different presenters to share our different points of views. The first presenter is Lowen. She'll help share a little bit more about what user experience is. So for now, please take a seat. We will have other activities coming up soon. Okay, we will not leave you bored. Don't worry. Clicker. Do I have to click it?
Okay.
So give me 1 minute to switch the presentation.
So I'm going to share with you my definition of user experience. I want to do that through the lens of a product designer. Yeah, what is user experience? Everyone know what it is? It's a drill. Have anyone used it before or know what it is? Yes, right? It's a drill to make a hole. So let's say if now you're the designer who need to improve this drill, what are you thinking about in your mind? What, change the color? Change. So sorry. The noise. Oh, the noise. Yes, horrible, right? Yes, the noise. Yeah. The electricity is very heavy, and then actually the weight is heavy, as I remember. Easy to use. Yes, easy to use.
and it could be not more trendy because it has been looks the same since I know these two like 30 years ago. Yep. Right, understand the application. You make a good point. Controlling the device, yes. Oh yeah, easy to carry, right? Okay, any other wheels? All right. Safety, yes, safety. Okay, a lot of ideas already, but let's ask our customer. Actually, why do customer really want a drill? Why do customer buy a drill? Yes, they actually don't need a drill. What they want is a hole. If you know that, you may think more, right? The ping pong amount of holes might be how big the hole do I need to so that I can put my hook into it. And that might be about, people are concerned about when I make a hole, later on I don't want a hole, how can I cover the hole on the wall? So these are a lot of ping pong we can also start thinking more about. And then actually, people actually don't want a hole. Think about it. Do you want a hole on your wall? What exactly do you need as a customer? What do they actually need? Oh yeah, they actually don't care about hole. They don't care about drill, not care about hole. They want to hang something up on their wall. Why do they want to hang something up on their wall? Decoration, correct. And then there's some research have done. The drill, a lot of time, the household bought it and to hang something on their wall and for decoration. But why do people want to do decoration in their home? Huh? Oh, that the home is not beautiful enough. So they want to make it even more beautiful. Yeah, more beautiful, customized space, and to feel good, to create the ambience, right? There's one side of it. But I also hear that people want to show that when my friends come to my home, I can show that who I am. Like I put a Lion King there so people know that I'm a hero, heroic person, something like that. So it's also a way to express yourself. So this is the social aspect. So as you can imagine, if you think about when you do a design, there are actually different aspects we need to think about. If you keep asking for the why, there are many of opportunity we need to think about, not just about fulfilling the physical tasks, but also to adjust the design outcomes and also even help customer to articulate their needs. So this example, 3M, they actually create a product which is so very successfully. It is a mounting tape. The mounting tape have two sides. One side you can stick on the painting. The other side you can stick on the wall. When the two sides stick together, you can hang the painting on the wall. And when you don't need it, then you can just remove it. There's no hole on it. So if we can think outside the box and think really deeply about what customer needs, there actually are lots of opportunities for you to design the right solutions. So what I'm trying to say here is that design is not just about creating the product or improving your solutions. Albert Einstein, the famous scientist, I think we all know, he once said that if we have 1 hour to solve a problem, we should spend 55 minutes to think about the problem and 5 minutes about the solutions. Why do I mention this? I want to tell you today is that design is a process that goes from defining the problem space to getting to the solution space. And across the whole process, there are different stages and different steps. And within each step, we have methods, tools to use and to follow. So it's not just about having a creative mindset, but actually much more. And you need to learn all these process and tools and then apply with your analytical mind. So that is what I call design, user experience design. Yep. Yeah. So these are some examples and how we can the different methods. I think my friends will continue to show more. So I want to skip there, so we have more
Thank you.
time.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Luwen. So we now have a better understanding. So user experience is about easy to use, but it's just not a personal thing because each of us is a user. If we want to design something that is customer specific to myself, actually our design will be very different. But a lot of times we're designing softwares and platforms for many different users. So we have the process and different tools. So I know, but there are actually quite a lot of different tools. But let me have Wendy to help us to introduce a little bit more. So how we actually apply those tools to actually get jobs done.
Right. Right. Can I? Sorry. So Luwen had given us a very good view of why we need user experience and the journey behind it, the different steps. So now we are going to talk about what exactly we can do with that. So I'm going to try to introduce you to a way of seeing things. So imagine you have a pair of new super glasses. It's called jobs to be done. So I want to show you how by putting on this special pair of glasses, you see things differently, right? Okay. One day your boss come in and say, okay, you have just one mission. We run a fast food restaurant. Okay, we sell a lot of stuff, but our milkshake has the highest profit margin. So I want you to figure out how to sell more milkshakes. Okay, now that's your mission, right? Any idea before you put on this jobs to be done, special lens? What do you have any idea how to sell more milkshakes? Great, make more flavors. Toppings, right? Okay, toppings, right? Huh? Okay, cheaper and more. Okay, sounds great to customer. Okay, find out who actually buy milkshakes. All right, okay. Okay, make it icier. Okay, great. So yeah, there are many ways. So it seems to be very, very ad hoc, right? So it's just anything can do. So let's try to look at this method. This is just one of the many methods that UX could use to see things differently. So what we want to use jobs to be done, this special pair of glasses, is to look through the motivation behind why they use a product or a service. Just like Lowell, what she's saying is that a person doesn't necessarily want that drill or necessarily want the hole, but it's about maybe personal expression. So we need to know what that exactly is. So jobs to be done is a theory that points out that when someone buys something, they are not actually buying that item, but buying that item for a job that item can get done. All right. So let's look at this as an example so we can learn this how this jobs to be done can do for us. First, we need to understand there are three different kinds of jobs, right? First is a functional jobs, very specific thing or progress you can get done with that. Second is emotional job. That is something that you feel, that's your very personal, that you feel you want to get done. The third thing is social job, which relates to your relationship between others. Okay, so these are three kind of very different jobs. So you can look at things from at least these three different aspects, and it will reveal very different outcome. Think about our milkshake. Let's look at the milkshake from a functional job aspect. Okay, so one of the functional job we figure out through UX research, the many tools that a UX process could use, is to figure out, oh, they actually want to have a way to a quick and easy breakfast. So imagine you're living in the States, and you are about to go on your commute, which may easily take an hour, and you don't have enough time to catch your breakfast. A milkshake could be something that you can take and just finish your breakfast that way. So, okay, now you need to sell more milkshake. What would you do to make this milkshake more suitable for these jobs to be done? So you might think of that, make it more filling, right? So you won't get hungry after like half an hour. Make it, of course, make it tasty. Yeah, so we enjoy it. And of course, how about make it more convenient? If you are thinking about your customer, if they were commuting on a car, then you might think about how your cup can fit much better in the cup holder. And don't spill, never spill on a customer car, right? You need to think about that. And if you can communicate these features of your milkshake to your customer, you might create more sales already, right? Now, how about emotional jobs? And then through UX research, we also discovered that, oh, actually, sometimes people need a little bit of brighten up, right? So after a long day of work or big projects, and you want to kind of give yourself a treat. I don't know if you have done things like that, or get yourself a cup of ice cream, things like that. Just give yourself a little treat. Well, we can make the milkshake also. So when we can create some very exotic taste milkshake that fit the season, so you feel like you are trying something new and exciting. We can make it low fat, so you can treat yourself and not like a bar of chocolate that you feel guilty about after eating that bar of chocolate. Or you can make a packaging more inspiring, so you can look at it and you feel good already. How about a social job? We find out that actually a lot of times parents will need to bond with their kids, and a good way to bond with them or give them reward is by giving them something. What if you can make this milkshake to something that the parents is very happily give out to the kid? How about children's menu? So make it prominent that, oh, you have this milkshake available for parents to select. How about make the topping for the very special, colorful topping that your kid would love to have? Or how about make a Disney packaging or something very nice? So this obviously looks like a reward for your kid. So now you have this super lens. You can put on the jobs to be done, like glasses, and see things differently. And so you can understand that it's not just about looking good. It's about, at the core, it's about delivering the value. As long as you can do that, your customer will come. And UX is really about helping us to uncover this kind of often unspoken desire and unmet needs. All right.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. All right, so we have heard enough. So it's now we go back to activities time. Okay, so as I promised, we will not let you bored. So imagine we are working for a consulting firm. We have a client. Golden Harvest Cinema. Have you heard of this company? You know, like if you go to theaters in Hong Kong, they own some of the theaters in Hong Kong. Okay, so imagine they are a client and they come and say, "Hey, we have a lot of users complaining that our app is hard to use, right? So help us to better design it." But before we go and design a new experience, understanding customers' pain point is important. So we need your help. Okay? So we are going to use the next 15 minutes. Let's go back to the previous groups, you know, or like just form groups 3 to 4 people. Let's have a discussions. So please feel free to download the app from the App Store, either from Google Play or the iOS Store. And download the app, play with it. At least each group should have download the app so that you can actually play around with it and discuss, you know, what are the things that you like or don't like about the app. Try to help us to identify as many pain points as possible. All right. Okay. We have about 15 minutes. So we have some papers and also pens. Can we help distribute to groups? So let's get together in groups. Yes. So please help write down any pain points that you have identified. All right, let's go back into groups. We have a lot of space. So please find a space whether you guys can sit comfortably and discuss. I have. Là而家點解咁多 user 用嘅咁啊？得。OK。Yes。呢個插唔到咪，插唔到咪唔緊要，唔使啊，有啲 background music 嘅嘛，輕鬆啲嘅。算啦。You can find all the replays you want. So it's great that we have all the discussions. 3 more minutes. Last 3 minutes. Let's see which group can find most problems. So for groups who are ready, do a little count. How many problems that you have identified? We'll come and ask you how many issues that your group has identified. Okay. All right. Let's come back. Okay. So let me go around and ask and see how many problems that you okay, let's start with do we have any volunteers? Do we have any volunteers? Oh, we have a group at the back. Okay, we have volunteers. I see hands. I see hands. All right. Okay, please let us know. Yeah, okay, let's get a round of hands.
Thank you.
Okay, please share with us what
Okay.
you found.
So actually, it's this one. Okay, let me start from here from this English speaker. Don't mind me, but if anything you add, please let me know. Okay. The first thing of the application, I think, because we are non-local user, and we found that they're not friendly because they're not showing how to change the language. So yeah, the first thing of the option of us, the beginning. So it's like, okay, you are not friendly to us, it's fine. For the next one, okay, when we change the language, so the problem is, okay, why the poster is not changing the language to English again? So it's like, oh, is that the same movie that I want to watch? So we leave that way. Okay. The third thing, okay, because we are local user, so what are we finding? So like, how can I search it? I didn't find a search. So okay, I can't search because I don't know which the movies I want to find, right? That's the third thing. And okay, the fourth thing, okay, this is old-fashioned, very old-fashioned. I'm sorry. Pardon my language, but yeah, it's not appealing to us actually at all. So that is what we try to let the client know. Okay, you can improve that to be better UI. So okay, the fifth thing I think that's what is like we are not sure that much what is the the order that you make it for. Maybe the alphabetical order, or maybe the movie is in already or coming soon or whatever. So that is the point. Is like I think that one you should be like order to make it to be priorities for us to make it like okay, this is the new coming or something else or something else. I don't know, but okay. But the other thing is like for the movies that we're gonna watch, it depends on the comments of movie critics that you should add on as well. And for the 7, I think that it's not helps user to specify. Sorry, this one is about like okay, because the user is about like maybe they have some question, so they may need to ask instantly ask for the help. Like okay, it have like FAQ, but maybe if I need to ask something else, like okay, do you have the AI to answer us for some silly question that we don't know about it? So that will be much easier. Okay, the 8th one, no calendar specified for the movie coming. That is not friendly for the user because some users specify the date to watch movie as per like the date because it's maybe cheaper on Wednesday perhaps. Okay, and the 9, the location to watch. Where is it? How can we watch that on whatever? And the last one, I think it's about like you should specify that okay, this movie have the subtitle or not. Otherwise, like okay, we not know anything what we're watching. I think that's all from us. Thank you.
All very great points. Okay, great. Let's take a seat. So it's important that when we are designing digital products, you know, as part of the team member, we need to have our own opinion of what the pain points could be, right? Sometimes we might be our own users, but most of the time we are not our own users, right? And so we need to go back and listen and understand what users really think about the app. So I'm going to hand the mic to Ada. Sorry, you know, it's late in the afternoon. I'm going to hand the mic to Ada to share a little bit more about what user says.
Thank you, Amy. What am I supposed to do? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, cool. All right. So I'm going to like introduce another lens. The real Wendy introduced one lens, so I'm going to like introduce another lens. So just like what Amy said, assuming that you guys work for Golden Harvest, whatever comments that you make or suggestions that you make, well, your boss may think that, oh, it's biased. You're not being neutral, objective. So that's why for this lens that I'm going to talk about, we are going to do like user research and be objective. So the first thing that when we talk about like user research, the first thing that we need to consider is the target customers. So who are the target customers of Golden Harvest? Is it like babies? Is it like children or elderly? So we first thing we ask our clients is who are your target customers? So for our research purpose, let's assume that the target customers that we want to study this time are like middle-class families with kids, but they don't have habits of watching movies. So these are all valid, right? They're kind of rich people, but they just don't go to cinemas as often. Given this requirement, the next step is to the next step for us to do user research is to find participants. So these are people that are like middle-class families with kids, and then they cannot be Golden Harvest staff. It's something that maybe is not, well, if it's a real project, you can be, it's like we don't test technical people. We don't test designers. We have to like find some non-IT industry people to be our participants to do the research. And how many do we need? Usually, if we are having like a very specific group of target users, 5 will be enough. According to some user research studies, if you have 5 participants, you will be able to find 85% of the design issues of your app. Right, so far, are you with me? Okay, so because of time constraint, I'm going to take out just one participant. And this participant, let's call him X. So X is a father of 2 boys. This guy or his family seldom go to see movies. And this guy actually has never used any cinema apps before the research. So this will be like fit our user profile, right? Okay, then what's next? So what we do is like we will be what I did last Saturday was to invite X to come to my office and do like a little what we call like a test to see what design issues that we can uncover. Okay. And before that, we have like what I observed what you did right now was to like just go through the app, maybe looking at the menu, starting from the first item. We check the first item and see what problems we had. Check the second items and see what problem we found. It's like, but when we talk about the research, apart from picking the target customers, the second thing that we need to consider is the scenario. So we have to like think of like a realistic scenario for these middle-class families. So for this scenario, we have is, for the sake of discussion, so assuming that you want to take your whole family to a movie at the weekend, and you think that's Shazam, it's a good choice. So please use the Golden Harvest app to buy tickets. So this is like a kind of simple scenarios. For a real project, I would probably ask the customers to find the movies that they want. But this time we make it simple. And also because of time constraint, I'm going to play the whole user test, code test to you. I'm just going to extract like 2 short clips. The first one, let's observe and see what problems you observe. Okay. So pay attention to this screen. I'm sure that you have come across this screen when you were like browsing the app, right? Okay, shall we?
The different features, different characteristics, and until now I still don't know how to any of this additional character.
Shall we pause for a while? Okay, hold on.
Can you pause the sound and we can put the mic here?
These are different characteristics. How you
Okay.
These are different characteristics. How you want to package your film, right? The different features, different characteristics, and until now I still don't know how to any of this additional characteristics actually translate to a high content.
Okay, let's try again. Yeah,
These are different characteristics. How you want to package your film, right? The different features, different characteristics, and until now I still don't know how to any additional
we found is that the participant he was able to understand the purpose of the filters. So he understood that if he click on 2D, that means all the options down there will represent like 2Ds. So this he understood. So that's a good sign. And he also understood what was it meant by having all these options on top. So these to him is like the objective he understood, the UI he understood how to use. So but then if you were able to listen to the what he talked about, it was like what he failed was like he could not choose the filters because he did not know how they would affect his cost. He thought that if, let's say, if he picked D box, is it going to increase the cost by like 10%? Because he was going to bring his family to the cinema, and he has to buy 4 tickets. So increasing like $10 per ticket will meant a lot to him. So that's why that's what his hesitation here was. Did any of you figure this problem when you were talking with your team mates? Okay, cool. Now, but then these were what we call like findings. This is what we observed. But what about actually what is the insight? The insight here is like X actually need to estimate the cost at this point. If you continue to, right here, there's nothing about the cost. And X was a very cost-conscious person. And so this is an insight that you would have to think about. And then let's play the next clip. So this is another screen. I think once you select one of the time slot, then this is the screen that you will see, right? Were you guys able to like look at this screen? Okay, so shall we give our video another shot? Just walk you through what the clip was about. So this was the screen. It's like the purpose of this screen is to like show you currently what seats are available, and the actions that you have to do here is to click on this purchase button, right? Either one of these. But X was trying to actually select the seats at this point, but then. Well, it's actually, I guess I would say is probably all you expect to happen, right? Once I have the seating plan, I would expect to click. But why I select this clip was because X actually noticed this sentence. This seating plan is for viewing only. So I thought like, okay, so you noticed the sentence, but why did you continue to click? So if you notice the clip, actually, he misunderstood the meaning of this sentence. He was thinking that the sentence tells him that okay, the screen is showing you like how many seats are occupied. Okay, so what did we find? I think we just covered it. Okay, so now this is like what we observed, findings. But what is the insight at this point? What's your, if you were like, if you are from Golden Harvest, what will you say? Okay, so insight, right? What I would do is like, I would take one step back and ask my client, why would you need this screen in the first place? So